dissolve away. And with your exhalation, let this river of breath rush out through the bottoms of your feet. Feel your entire body. Feel that it's hollow. See the breath as a wave, washing in through the top of your head, gently surging through your body, carrying away tensions, fatigue, doubt, worry. Let your exhale rush out the bottoms of your feet. Stay in this warm, liquid place, this calm, relaxed, flowing place. Watch as your breath carries you deeper and deeper into the state of healing relaxation. Now, hold your vision back. See yourself floating. Floating on top of a sea of breath. Floating on the top of the gentle waves, bobbing. Now, go deeper, farther, into the state of relaxation and calm. And say to yourself in a quiet voice, I am calm. I am at peace. I am relaxed. I am feeling better. I am feeling well.
I am feeling well. I am feeling better.
Now, with each breath, inhale the goodness of life. Bring life into yourself. And let each inhalation affirm your commitment to being more fully alive. Life to health. Let your breath be a quiet prayer of faith as you float and bob effortlessly on a sea of calm tranquility. Fill yourself with this living, healing, energizing breath. Feel commitment to health, to life. Allow every cell of your body to be touched, vibrated by your commitment to health and life. Allow every cell of your body to feel deeply and truly alive. Say to yourself, I am at peace. I am alive. I am strong and healthy. With every exhalation, let go of any thought, any tension, any feeling that stands in the way of your being fully and completely alive. Now, feel the marvelous combination of your inner peace existing with the enthusiastic energy within you. Allow yourself to feel that each breath is energy. Feel the confidence that comes from being calm and peaceful and strong. Know that no obstacle has the power to defeat you or frustrate you. That with this renewed enthusiasm and peaceful calm, you are capable of handling any situation with love, with skill, with wisdom. See yourself as a magnet that draws peace, love, calm, and healing. Feel the strength and confidence as you float and breathe on the ocean of life. And now that you are relaxed, supremely relaxed, yet strong, it is time to experience the refreshment of a mini vacation. Perhaps it hasn't been the most pleasant day at work. You are tense, irritable, and need desperately to relax. The truth is, you'd like nothing better than to escape somewhere. To Hawaii, perhaps, or the Caribbean. Let's select a deserted beach for this particular getaway. You may try the exercise again and again on your own, and take this mental voyage anywhere you want to go. To a secluded woodland cabin.
Let me tell you something. Hold on, I'm finna change my PTR real quick.
Before they were the Commanders, they were guess how creative they were? They were the Washington football team.
What if they were the Blackskins? Would you have a problem?
No, if that had been their name all along.
Yeah, the owner of the Commanders owns. He also owns the Sixers, by the way. Josh Harris.
Oh, is that the Sixers?
Josh Harris.
Abby, look at my PTR, and that'll tell you why I got a problem with the motherfucking Eagles.
You know, we almost killed a guy. He stabbed him in the neck over a haircut.
Who that, Michael Irvin?
Yeah,
Hey, he a real dude. But
he's a psycho.
hey, let me tell you how much of a psycho he is. So, like, I guess a lot of celebrities come to my job, right? I don't normally, like, do anything. Hey, how you doing? Every now and then, if I see the NFL player, we'll talk. You know what I'm saying? The basketball player would talk. But when I saw Michael Irvin, I was like, oh shit, that's the playmaker. You feel me? I gotta take a picture with the playmaker. That's like, I'm a Cowboy fan for real. So we got to chopping it up. Then realized that he a regular in my spot. So man, I'm outside one night. He pulled out his weed. I'm in my little spot smoking. And he like, hey man, you want to hit this? And I said, no sir, I got my own weed, man. I will not smoke with your playmaker. But you cool dude though, man. So that's the Eagles. Back to my point. Hey, what's up, boy? You remember when Michael Irvin when his neck was broke, basically?
That's right.
You guys are the most classless organization in football. The fan base has no. Y'all once booed Santa Claus.
Yeah, and we'll keep going. And we just booed everyone hitting home runs except Schwarber. No, we're pretty nasty, but we own our nastiness.
You're a classless
It's not
organization.
classless. It's like a lot of camaraderie in the city.
There's no other football stadium that has a police command station.
Not anymore, Rob.
Well, I mean,
So
I know
that was the old Rob. That was the old stadium.
I do know that's the old stadium.
We don't have it anymore. But I have a friend who played for the other UT, your UT, that also played for the Eagles. He's a good friend of mine.
What
And
was his name?
his last name's Acho.
Sam Macho.
No, his brother.
Oh, you talking about your brother?
Yeah.
Oh, Emmanuel.
Yeah. And he played for the Eagles for a couple of years. He did color commentating for the Longhorns for a while.
Yeah, I was.
His brother
I
played.
was almost certain my son was going to be a UT student. That had always been the plan, but then some recent developments happened, and he said that he don't want to go to that school anymore. But I think it may change.
Was live streamed for 24
I'm
hours.
on vacation next week, so we're going to go up there. So I think we get to go on campus and shit. He might get a different.
Abby, what are your plans in Philly? Anytime.
Yeah, I'm going to be in Europe in a little bit, and then I'll be back in Philly probably third week of August, I'm thinking, and then maybe Labor Day.
Text me, let me know before that.
But I'll definitely be in AC also.
Joe.
Wait, when are you going to AC?
Probably that weekend. I'll text you.
Yeah, text me.
Joe, I think y'all gonna win the AFC this year if CJ Stroud doesn't make the improvements he needs to make. I actually think the Texans should make a run this year.
The only issue with the Texans is their offensive line, bro. If they can keep him upright, they got a great defense and run
They
game.
got good skills. I think the offensive line is gonna be better. I mean, it's some addition by subtraction. They got to be better. So they stay healthy here, but I think Denver is different, man. Like they kind of got the same strengths, but I think they have a little more.
So we get 24.
Oh, wow.
I think you trust Taylor.
Rob, take a moment. You just hit 24.
Oh shit! Got those new ones starting. It'll restart up here. Yeah, I'm about to go to work. Y'all, I like to talk to y'all when I've been working.
Do you think Arch Manning's a good quarterback?
I think he can really become a really good quarterback.
I don't see it anymore.
I think last year, though, if you watch him in the beginning, you saw a lot of like, ooh, like is this really who he want? But then over that last half of the season, he played excellent. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think he'll get Cam Coleman and get some elite wide receivers. You probably gonna see a different Arch this year.
Okay, last question. If you were doing a futures bet for the two teams that are finally going to make it into the Super Bowl, who would you take on future?
If I had to take a futures bet, I would say the Rams and the Broncos. No bias in it.
I just like to say that I still have a lot of beef with the starter company. Do you know I was in the many years ago?
But you got your starter jacket.
I got that starter's jacket where it had to go over your head.
The pullovers, yeah.
The pullovers. And do you know how difficult that was for a woman, a girl that cared about her appearance? I had to up fans to do my hair in the mirror. I'm wearing this jacket because I didn't. I suffered greatly because
What
of
team
that
was
jacket.
it, Bima? What team?
Cowboys.
You were a little hood rat, weren't you?
Yeah, I just looked at the futures bet.
Hello?
Then the Chargers.
Abby, it's not worth it. Save your money for a New York strip at Gibson's when you come to town. Listen, this room's about to boom, everybody. These are the next steps. Somebody create a new room and pin it in the Jumbotron. Democracy Daughters, Ferocious Fascism, Cackling Communism, Equally Frauds.
So Matt, should we have a 24-hour Black Flight break?
To make up for the last 24 hours that didn't have that, I guess so.
Yeah.
Actually, we are going to have reparations with Pepe, so that's the next room.
What's the next room?
He doesn't know yet, but reparations with Pepe.
Oh shit.
So, yeah, we'll get right to it, Joe. All right, guys, it's time. It's over.
Wait, is that with Pepe or from Pepe?
Always right. Everyone is
A
always wrong.
little bit of both. I mean, we'll see.
I don't have shit. You can't get anything from me.
Bye-bye.
Mr. Bill.
Flower-filled meadow. Or even a sidewalk cafe in Paris. But for now, let's travel to that nice, warm, sandy beach. Don't worry about packing a bag. You'll be home again in several minutes, feeling refreshed and stress-free. Focus on your breath. Breathe slow and easy, using mainly your diaphragm. As you inhale, your stomach should move up. Breathe relaxation in, exhale tension out. You're feeling better by the second. See yourself on a deserted beach. It's perhaps a beach that you remember from your past, or one that you've seen in a travel film or magazine, a place you've longed to visit. Look around you. Sigh deeply as you take in the panorama before you, the glistening stretch of white sand, the sun glinting off the water, the ocean waves gently swelling and moving in towards the shore. Now, let's focus on some details. What are you wearing? loose clothing perhaps, or a comfortable bathing suit. Feel the clothing against your body, and feel the warm sun caressing the part of your body that is bare, your arms, your legs. Turn your face upwards, and let the sun warm your face and the lids of your closed eyes. Feel the sand under your feet. Now, sit down on your blanket or directly onto the warm sand and just relax. Breathe relaxation in. Exhale tension out. Smell the salt air. A gentle breeze blows against your face as you breathe in the tangy ocean smells. Breathe in the salty, fresh air. Exhale. Now, just listen for a while. Hear the ocean as it surges against the beach. There's a constant, pleasant roar. Hear the seagulls call as they glide past. Watch them as they ride the gentle breeze. Did you bring a snack with you? Oh yes, there's the cooler. Glad we didn't forget that. Open the cooler. It's well stocked. Take out your favorite beach beverage. You can have anything you want. Make it chilled champagne if you like, or juice, or whatever. Now, take a sip. Enjoy the taste. Feel its coolness. Enjoying your vacation? All vacations come to a close, and it's time to bring this vacation to an end. You feel free, recharged, brimming with new energy and confidence. You are ready to bring this refreshed feeling home, where it will remain with you for some time. Now, slowly, allow your vacation image to fade. It'll be there when you return. For now, though, let it drift slowly and gently away. Within a few seconds, you'll be home, feeling very peaceful and relaxed. Slowly, but surely, you're coming home. 1. You're becoming more aware of your body. 2. Your hands and feet have begun to stir and regain their feeling. 3. You're almost fully alert, conscious of how well you feel. 4. Your eyes are beginning to open. You stretch and take a deep breath. 5. Welcome back. Remember, this mental mini vacation is one vacation you can take instantly, anytime you want it, anytime you need it. There are, of course, other ways that you can use visualizations to diffuse stressful situations in your life. You've learned about several things that cause stress on side 1 of this tape, and you received some tips on how to deal with these things. One additional cause of stress for many people is relationships. Relationships with other people, with family, co-workers, friends, or lovers, are the source of much joy in our lives. But conflicts in those close relationships can also bring on stress. Because it's so common, the stress of a close relationship is something that nearly every one of us either has or will experience. In everyday life, the loving couple is not always so loving. How to cope with this particular conflict? Our thanks to Drs. Lee and Joy Shulman, husband and wife psychologists, who specialize in relationships and stress. From their office in Beverly Hills, California, the two have created an extraordinary exercise for this cassette. This is one you can either practice alone or with a partner, the one you sometimes differ with. In fact, rather than putting your problem aside, confront it, bring it squarely to mind, Just don't start to squabble again if your partner is there with you. Relax before beginning this new exercise. Stretch out and get comfortable once again. Take a few deep breaths. This exercise can be repeated whenever you need to release the stress that comes from conflict in a relationship. Return to it daily if necessary. Now then, let's begin. You're aware of the conflict. Take a deep breath and become even more aware of it. Feel the strife and tension that's been happening. Now, make up your mind to end this problem, to solve it, erase it, and let it go. As you make that decision, relax. Get as comfortable as you can. Now, take a deep breath and hold it. Now, let it go. Once more, take another deep breath and hold it. As you breathe out, say to yourself, and at your own pace, let go. Now close your eyes and continue to relax. In your mind, describe the problem to yourself. Tell yourself what happened and how you feel about it. As you examine the conflict, consider how we all justify our particular point of view. Reflect on how easy it is to feel that you're right and to think that you're right. Let those thoughts fade for a bit. Now imagine that you are the other person, using everything you know about them, the way he or she thinks and acts. Begin to defend his or her side of the story. Let those thoughts fade. And as you continue to relax and breathe evenly, imagine 3 ways in which the conflict can be solved. In a fair way, in a calm way, in a loving way.
Don't worry about packing a bag. You'll be moving in and feeling refreshed and stress-free. Focus on your breath. Breathe slow and easy, using mainly your diaphragm. As you inhale, your stomach should drop. Breathe relaxation in. Exhale tension out. You'll feel it better.
As you gave the answers, imagine a dark cloud moving. As it drifts away, imagine you're feeling lighter and more at ease. Now, picture yourself in a garden that's lush and green. Sense of planting In the garden, there's a stream. As you stand by its edge, allow all of your stress and worry to enter its flow. Let all your stress flow gently away, further and further, till it's gone. Now focus your attention on your heart. Imagine there's a tiny glow inside it. Feel the glow's warmth and power. Allow it to grow till it fills your heart with both light and love. Now picture the person with whom you've had the conflict. Imagine him or her being held in your heart. Surround that person with light. Next, surround that person with love. Hold him or her tightly in your heart. Feel the glow as it builds, bright and warm. Allow the peace. Allow the light. Allow the love. We hope you've enjoyed Instant Stress Relief, a mind-body healing tape from Prevention Magazine.
just saw what happened with the gay cruise. Did you? This was what, last week or the week before? You know, they do. There's a. I think it's the Atlantis. Is the gay cruise company, and they weren't allowed to go to Turkey, and then they were trying to find a port to go to, and Egypt wouldn't let them in either.
I'm not gonna lie, I do think that this is where it's incredibly unhealthy. There is absolutely no reason why countries that are more religious should have to accept a bunch of queers that are on a ship. I agree. And so, like, hey, look, we can have a problem with it.
You call them the queers. What's wrong with you?
Well, no, but in reality, like, I don't get it. It's what's really funny is that these people are making themselves out to be such goddamn victims. Look, you're a goddamn foreigner. You don't live in that country. You're not being subjected to any kind of discrimination that affects your livelihood. You are just not allowed to go into a certain country. These are a bunch of Western queers that are mad that Egypt and Turkey would not let them in. Who fucking cares?
We don't have borders, we don't have countries. Whatever, if the country has a stipulation on queers going into it, then they have the right to do that. As the same way as Americans have the stipulation that we don't want people crossing our border illegally on the south.
Yeah. Yeah, but what are they worried about? It doesn't fucking matter.
This is what I don't get about leftists. Is you have people that are intolerant. From every race and religion, there are people that are intolerant, whether it's Jews, or Muslims, or Christians. We all have that one part of us, small group of us that are intolerant. Now, sometimes these people want to live amongst themselves. Why wouldn't you just let them do that? They want to live amongst themselves. They hate you. They don't like you. Okay, fine. Yeah, just live amongst yourselves. Amazing. I don't want to have to deal with you people. But there is like this leftist impulse to try to say like, no, they must embrace us. No, they don't. And so, you know what's actually better? Is just letting them keep to themselves. We don't have to spread that toxicity amongst ourselves.
I mean, I wish they were black.
I think that like we can like not only force them to accept their ideology, but we can bring a whole bunch of these fucking people that will never embrace our ideology into our fucking countries. It's so goddamn idiotic. Like, let these fucking people be. Like, that's what the real colonizers. Like, it's just
that's what black people told white people too, though. Let us be within your bombers and shit. Like a lot of white people, like you said.
Hey, can I go ahead? Just real quick. Look, I've been waiting indefinitely now. Doing certain things like that. So, yeah. So just with the Islam thing, and I'm not an opponent of Islam or Muslims and whatnot, right? But I do find it really ironic when it comes to people who are conservative minded. And I'm not speaking of you, Pat, but I do find it very funny, ironic, and very peculiar that you have people who call themselves conservative. You have conservative Jewish people. You have conservative people, black or white or orange, right? And they talk about how much they hate Islam. But I find it funny that when you look at the tenets of Islam, right? And you see the things that they're talking about. They mirror a lot of this talking of, a lot of these conservatives today, right? In America, they don't like LGBTQism. They're about separatism. So I'm trying to understand, you talk about Islam being embraced by the left. If anything, the right should be embracing Islam because Islam is saying the same shit you're saying. You're just from a different fucking country.
That's a fact.
not saying that. Look at it.
Well, I would say this. So when it comes to Islam, progressives, including like one guy I'm really close friends with. He was a Marine, served overseas, very bright man. He would make this argument like 5 or 6 years ago. I would say the problem with Islam, though, is that on a surface level, it's like, yes, we want women to be more modest, we want families to have higher expectations, all of that stuff. That Muslims are, especially if you're living under Sharia law, they will enforce. Now, if you're to look at, let's just say somebody's far right that's Christian, they want to preserve, in a way, their heritage, their religion, their race, whatever it is. But when it comes down to it, the Muslims do want to erase that. They do want you to become Muslim. They're going to fight with the people in the far right that want to hold on to Christianity, that want to hold on to anything Western. Because they literally think that it in fact, I would say they're offended by the fact that you're not willing to become one of them. And at the end of the day, they're not the far right and the Muslims. They're going to end up butting heads, and we've seen this. You know, there's a little hallelujah moment for like a year or so after October 7th, where you had the Muslims and whites who. I would say they would like the one thing they shared in common is that they disliked Jews and blamed them for a lot of the problems, but these people have already largely had their divorce. They don't get along.
That's not that's not true at all. You do realize that the Muslims believe in the Bible, correct? And the only thing that they don't believe is that...
not the same way. I love it. Muslims.
The only difference is that they don't believe Jesus Christ is the Messiah. That's it.
Okay, that's the most fundamental difference between us. Okay, so hold on. Jews, and Muslims have always tried to play this sneaky game. They like to say, like, oh, Jews, at times, yes, they will say, like, Jesus, fuck Jesus. Was he even real? Yeah, I don't know that he was real. Okay,
I've literally never heard a Muslim say that ever.
A Christian, I'm talking about Jews, but hold on.
Okay, copy.
And so, they'll say that, it's like, okay, we understand the fundamental difference between Judaism and Christianity is that they don't believe in Jesus. We got that sorted out.
No, they believe in Jesus. They believe that he's boiling and shit in there.
Why don't you not tell us what we believe?
That's in the problem.
No, it isn't.
You're allowed to lie to me.
No, it isn't.
No,
And you're not a Talmudic scholar.
First of all, when it comes to the smarter, when it comes to, hold on, when it comes
a lot more than you will ever know.
Okay, when it comes to the more, hold on, Jesus Christ, when it comes to those that would, it's a term that's unfortunately being tossed around a lot more, but like several years ago, what we would consider low IQ anti-Semitism, if you brought up the word Talmud, we would make fun of you. We would belittle you. Even I was never a Nazi, but even the more intellectual anti-Jewish white nationalists would make fun of you. You're retarded.
Nobody cares what you
Okay, but this is, that quote was by a goddamn Christian that converted to fucking Judaism. Okay? We don't
Wait, do you want me to bring out the scripture in the Talmud? I'll bring it up right now.
No, it's not scripture. It is
It's not
literally
scripture, you idiot. It's not
Y'all follow
scripture.
it though. I mean, it's not scripture to me.
It's not scripture. It's not our, you're wrong. You're just
Y'all
wrong.
believe in it though, man.
No, you're wrong.
No,
You don't understand what it is.
She believes in
No, you don't understand what it is, and you don't get to tell us what we believe in. You don't get to do that.
All the dude is literally
It's
rabbis.
commentary. It's fucking commentary.
Rabbis discussing rabbinical law.
It's commentary. If you don't understand it, because you never studied it, you don't know how to study it, you don't know what our Torah is, you don't accept
The
it.
Torah is the.
If you
what
don't,
the-
if you
what
don't
in the
understand the
world?
Tanakh, you don't. So don't.
Somebody
no,
cares
no,
about all
no,
those
no,
other
no,
things.
you don't.
She would never debate you because she knows she'll get eaten alive.
No, I'm not getting eaten alive. Believe me, I know.
Do you or do you
You know
not
nothing.
believe in the Talmud?
You know nothing. You know
Or
nothing.
do you know that she
I
does not believe
I
in
don't
the
believe in
Talmud?
the Torah.
I don't want. I'm trying not
You
to
know
be mean,
nothing.
but the actual the Nazi-esque people that I've known with the argument you guys are making against Abby would eat you fucking
Who cares about Nazis? I don't care about that, bro.
Okay, look, I'm talking about the people that are actually intellectual, that are against the goddamn Jews.
Are they intellectual
They even
because they're
side
not
with the
even
fucking
white?
Jews. This is low IQ fucking goy slop. This is fucking retarded.
You're saying
Only
it's voice
fucking
while literally siding
anyone
with
else
only
is
the retarded goys would eat
Who else you want to blame for your unfortunate lot in life, King, that you just don't have a life? Like, well, I guess you have to try to find someone to blame. Is that what's
What are
happening?
you talking about?
Yeah, it's for your unfortunateness.
Who's unfortunate?
You're unfortunate.
Man, I swear. Huh? The bride is. Yo! See, that's how they
Yeah,
think.
well, why are you blaming Jews? What's your problem?
Blaming y'all for what?
Yeah, that's all you've been doing since you first came in the other room.
Well,
You
hold on,
haven't stopped about it.
hold on. No,
What in the world?
so King, I mentioned earlier Hitler was brought up, and I think I was using him as like an extreme example. But you said that like, oh, Hitler didn't actually do anything wrong. What do you? Why do you think Hitler was so great?
I never said he was great, bro. But I will say this: when you see
You
this,
said he didn't do no.
well, you just asked me a question. I'm trying to answer it.
Why didn't he do anything wrong?
No, I wouldn't say he didn't do anything wrong. I think that he knew who was destroying his country. Period. Like I mean, loaning money with extremely high interest rates, flipping coins, pushing transgenderism on children.
Hold on. Do you think coin clipping was a thing in Hitler's time?
Are you saying it wasn't?
Let me ask you something, King. Okay, is the problem with the people?
Wait, are you Indian?
Yeah, I'm from India.
Yeah, y'all are Israel's best friend, but continue.
Yeah, so
Did I mention hatred from this?
yeah, is the problem with people giving loans, or is the problem the people taking loans? Okay.
Wait, say it again, but I'm sorry.
Every person has the option. Every person has the option to take loans or not. Okay. People are giving it. Okay. They do now as well. You have the option of taking the loans. You cannot blame them. You cannot blame them for giving loans.
No, he wants to ignore that part. But even if we were to look at like European,
I mean, I agree. I mean, you're not wrong, brother. I mean,
we can look at European.
what do you mean ignore that part, bro? How are you going to speak for me? Like, what? You need to chill out.
King, hold on a second. So you know how Jews were kicked out of all of these countries here? They weren't even countries. They were like mini territories that existed for a tiny bit. But
You cannot hate on them for being, Jews being intellectual and
I think they're smart. So hold on. But
No,
funny, we can look
I
at
think
even
they're
like the
extremely
hold on.
Violent? Really, King?
We can look
I
at
know which person that sounds violent is you.
How? Because I don't agree with you.
Because you're let's see, you're justifying the Holocaust. So keep talking, King. Listen to
I want to ask the question.
I literally did not say that at all.
King, don't
That
do
is
that.
insane.
This is a lawyer. Real quick, King, listen. This is a lawyer.
Finish what the
Abby
fuck
likes
I
to
was saying. Am I being
stuff on people, which is a lie.
Hey, I gotta let him finish, man.
So I'm were allowed to be the money lenders. You know what was very convenient for all of the leaders of the kingdoms? We don't want to pay these Jews anything, so just kick them out. Fuck them. We aren't going to pay them shit. It's actually a lot easier than paying them. So I can understand why kings did it. But even if we look at the Knights Templar, why did the Vatican go after them? These were some of the most die-hard Catholics, and of course this is when Christendom was almost solely Catholic. Because they were money lenders, and then they didn't want to pay the money back to the Knights Templar. They said, well, fuck these people, just go ahead and kill them.
The Catholic Church was they were very.
They are just hating on because
They were very violent.
financial.
I'm not making an excuse for that either. They were very what? No.
The Templar Knights were very violent.
Yeah, and they were pagan as fuck, bro. I'm not gonna.
What's wrong with
They were Catholic at the time.
What's wrong with
They were Catholic, but
There was only about 12 or 13 holy wars that they fought, went down and did battles with. There was thousands of attacks by Muslims on Europe.
Yeah, and you know what, Joe? Real quick, Joe. The number of people they killed was in the thousands. Like that. And when we're dealing with the Templar Knights, right, who were Jesuit funded, right?
To be fair, like we had in Europe, you had Christendom. When you had the Levant, okay, you had some Jews that were there, but for the most part, we can look at Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Egypt. We can look at all of North Africa. That was all Christian.
Shenanigans.
The Muslims came in. Well, of course, they converted everybody. Hold on. They wanted to do the same the Europeans fought back. And so we can say there were.
That is not the truth at all.
That's absolutely the truth.
That is absolutely the truth because they are actually forced converting people in India. They are actually forced converting people in India.
Study history.
That's not true at all, brother.
It is.
Our ancestors fought tooth and nail to keep Islam out of Europe. That is an absolute fucking fact.
Yeah, I agree with that. But you just said Africa, bro. You said Africa and Egypt.
And they're not doing the fucking same.
Brother, you just jumped from two totally different places.
Let me explain it to you. It was the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire is located in what we call today Turkey. The Ottoman Empire moved all the way across the Middle East towards the north of Africa, made all of the North African countries Muslim.
Exactly. That goes against everything he just said. He did not just say that.
And then, from all of these North African countries, when they were finished there, they crossed the water to Spain. They conquered it. They also got up until Bosnia. From Bosnia to Croatia. Yeah, they got blocked at the border of Bosnia to Croatia because of the French intervening. So the French took Mars up to Croatia and stopped them right there so that they wouldn't be able to come closer to France, which was a great decision because that preemptive war caused that Islam did not further expand in Europe.
So let me give you my version of the history, okay? The British and the Europeans came to India, they looted us, okay, that happened, okay? And what happened is, okay, when the war came, the World War II came, the British were like, okay, we have no money, and they were getting loans from America, US, and the people who were giving loans to British is most likely Jewish, who has Jewish financial institutions, and those money went back to Israel to support this, and that's the flow of money.
Okay, can I talk now? Who was the lady that was just talking? Was it Glow? Was that you?
That was me.
are you saying that the Christians was in Egypt and then the Muslims came there and pushed them out?
Yes, that's a
You
fact.
didn't know that
Yeah,
Egypt
that's
and
insane.
Lebanon were Christian countries. They were the Switzerland of North Africa. You didn't know?
And even Turkey, when the Byzantine Empire was ruling over Turkey, so it was Constantinople and I don't know what is the fucking city?
Antioch.
Yeah, so yeah, they were Christian. That was part of the heart of Eastern Rome. So they were Christian, and then the Muslims, yeah,
They took that beautiful church and turned it into a mosque.
So Dina, we can look at all of the different. We can look at the. Yes, we can look at the cathedrals that are beautiful. That exist. Hold on. That exist in Turkey today. Those were built by fucking Christians. They converted them to fucking mosques. Like
Okay. I see what y'all saying. Wait, hold on, because I'm the one that asked the question, Amar. Hold on.
Hold on. No, King, hold on. Look, we have the church's history. The original church started in Rome, Antioch, and Alexandria being Egypt. So
What original
definitely
church?
the Muslim. I can't hear you when I'm talking. Okay. So I just needed to clear that up. We have the history of church. We know where the church started.
Egyptians were amongst one of the first goddamn Christians, and they are literally reduced to a minority in their own fucking homeland.
You never heard
Can I say something?
Christians?
But are y'all saying that the people who believe in the Bible are y'all saying that they are Christians? Is that what you mean?
What?
Are you saying that if you believe in the Bible, that you are Christian?
No, I'm saying the people that participated in a Christian church and were a Christian group, okay, all of North Africa and the Levant at one point, were Christian. That's a fucking fact. Now,
Okay.
having these fucking savages that came from this, the Arabian Peninsula, they came in, they did it by the sword, not just by the sword. I mean, to be honest.
No, that's what it was. Okay, all right. So this is why I would understand. Just because you believe in the Bible doesn't mean that you're Christian. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I'm talking about the fucking
It doesn't matter.
that identify as Christian.
It doesn't matter. And let me add on. Okay, there were Indian temples as well, restored by Muslim empires. Okay, and recently got.
India was conquered by the British. What are you talking about?
What you don't know shit. Okay.
Who are you talking about?
Wait, are you saying India was not conquered? Wait, hold on. Did you say India was not conquered by the British?
He said not conquered by the Islam, but it was. We can check this before British. Who was ruling the.
This man's an idiot.
No, he's not. He's actually like, look, I told you that you believing in yourself is a good thing, but
No, listen, bro. The Arabs did not totally conquer India, bro. It didn't happen.
Islam conquered. Okay, Islam obviously had a foothold in India. That's why they ended up breaking up into Pakistan and
India, exactly.
yeah, Bengal, all of these fucking places.
Exactly, and let me tell you this fact. Okay, Delhi Sultanate came. Okay, Mughal Empire came. They were all Islamic conquerors. Okay, they came here, destroyed temples, and built mosques on top of it. Okay, and recently, like a decade ago, a mob came and destroyed the mosque and rebuilt the temple again there.
Okay, so if y'all were totally conquered by the Arabs, bro, there would not be a separation.
What I was talking about, okay, they conquered for like a century, 2 centuries and a half. They were ruling. Do you know what Babur, Akbar, Aurangzeb? Okay, they were Islamic conquerors.
Brother, no disrespect. You gotta slow down just a little bit.
Okay, okay. You can just check the history. How many years, how many centuries did Mughal Empire? Mughal Empire is typically, you know, the Taj Mahal, right? Taj Mahal. Who was built
Yeah,
Taj
Taj
Mahal?
Mahal. Yeah.
Who built Taj Mahal? You ask me, Mughal Empire. And who were the Mughal Empire? They were Muslims. Okay, before the British, okay, India was under the Mughal Empire.
Okay. All right. Copy. I see what you're saying. I
What
see
he's
what you're
trying to
saying.
say is that there were multiple Islamic empires that have conquered multiple countries in the Middle East and also in North Africa and in Europe.
Have you ever been to the Vatican? Have you ever been to the Vatican? You can see the famous, there's artwork by Raphael that shows the battles, the Battle of Ostia. It's a beautiful painting. It's really huge. It's at the Vatican. It's the battle, the Saracen Arab battle with the Christians held the Moors
Oh yeah,
off.
but well they read it.
Have you ever been to the Vatican to see that?
Of course. Why? Are you serious?
I'm asking if you've ever seen the painting.
Why would I go to a pagan? No, of course not. I would never.
Wow.
Okay, so you haven't been there.
Yeah,
You haven't been to the
But
Vatican.
I'm just curious, why is it that
Subject.
we can look at Islam? Here's the problem with Islam: is we can try to be focused on the United States and the West and Western Europe, and they'll say Islamophobia, all whatever stupid fucking bullshit. But the reality is that Islam has never gotten along or played nice with any religion. That is just a fact.
I can agree with that.
And
I'm not gonna disagree with that though. You know.
So don't okay. You are doing this because of communication, okay, and technology built by the Jews. Okay, actually they built everything. The technology they exist. They are the pioneers of Nobel prizes. Okay. They are the, okay.
Whoa.
Yeah. Okay. They are the pioneers of Nobel Prize. Nobel Prize got the most number of Nobel Prizes, even though they were a fraction of the.
What was Noble? What?
It's a Nobel Prize. Do you know what Nobel Prize?
No.
I don't care how to say his name. Well, is he Jew? Was he Jewish?
No.
No, I'm talking about
Stop
the
it. Google it right now.
Yeah, sure. The Nobel Prizes. Okay.
Look how quick she just lied.
You are an illiterate guy. Okay.
First question is, was he Jewish?
Well, if you guess
King. So, King, what I think you fundamentally don't understand is what's called apostolic succession in the spreading of Christianity. And then also the Muslims coming in, not only going after the Christians, but the Jews as well. That's been going on for thousands.
And they
No. I agree with you, brother. I'm not arguing that. That's not what I was arguing. What I was arguing was with Amar was that they weren't totally conquered by the Muslims. That did not happen.
what are you talking? They tried to. Okay.
And they failed.
no, they were conquered for like 800 years or so by the Muslims, or 700 years. I forget what it was in the Iberian Peninsula. And you had the Grand Inquisition. Now, yes, they kicked out the Jews as well. Now, when it comes to the people of the Iberian Peninsula, if you were to ask, when it comes to the Catholics, what was the most conservative church? It was the Spanish. They treated Jews like shit. The Muslims came in, they treated them both like shit, but they treated the Jews better than how they were being treated. That's the one occasion I can come up with where Muslims were not, I guess, horrible.
Let me finish this, okay? King, the Mughal Empire ruled India for like 300 years, 3 centuries. They could not convert us. Okay, they failed to convert us. They tried to destroy temples. They tried to, okay, do you know why they failed?
But that's
But
my
they
point.
couldn't convert the Spanish either. That's why the
That's
Spanish.
literally my point, though, brother. Like that's what I'm saying. You got like.
Okay, let me finish.
How do I put it? Like.
Let me finish. Okay, do you know why
Go
they
ahead.
couldn't convert? Do you know why they
It is,
couldn't
yeah.
convert people? Okay, you can destroy a temple. You can destroy a deity or a pagan deity of stone. But people here worship the sun. People here worship the river, and you cannot destroy the sun. You cannot destroy the river because can destroy anything, but people here believe in a lot of stuff simultaneously. You cannot destroy everything, and that's why you couldn't convert.
Yeah, but that's what I was trying to say to you, bro. Like, put it like this. To me, conquer is total subjugation. You get what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. You tried your best trying to destroy
Yeah,
them.
that's what they did. That's what they did in the Iberian Peninsula. But you know, according to some, I've heard Muslims say that like that was a great travesty that these colonizing Europeans kicked this peaceful group of Muslims out of their own lands. Oh my God! And you know that's something we should be sorry for.
I'll tell you one more thing. Okay, they were able to succeed partially, and that partial succeeding resulted in Pakistan and Bangladesh.
You gotta
Oh,
say
by the way, if you want to know the history of the Nobel Prizes, this was Alfred Nobel, and he was Swedish, and he invented dynamite. And then he wanted to show everyone that he really wasn't the merchant of death. So he took his fortune and created the Nobel Peace Prize. He was a Swedish inventor. And what else do you want to know about Alfred Nobel?
Are you saying he was born in Sweden?
Yes, he's Swedish. Was Swedish. That's why they give out the prizes in Sweden.
He was a Luciferian.
And they give Nobel.
And and you're right, there's about 26 to 28% have been given to Jewish people.
7% of
Including
of the global population.
the person that is probably the reason that none of us are in iron lungs right now.
I'm just curious though. So like, King, do you think that like Jews could just like fake funk and be where they are without being genuinely like intelligent?
Wait. When did I ever say that the Jewish people weren't smart? I never did.
You're not against Hitler and all of that stuff, so you think that there's like
They have
something bad.
they have
I understand. Look,
Well, hold on, I'm asking him a question.
yeah, John. First of all, war is war. You get what I'm saying? So like,
Thank you.
I'm not, like, put it like this. I don't blame Jewish people for taking, like, over in the behind the scenes. And if you let them, you know what I'm saying? Like, I get it.
Okay, these are people who contributed to modern scientific technology. The reason you are able to speak in this.
I'm not gonna lie to you, brother.
Let me finish. Okay, the reason you are able to speak in this clubhouse is because of a Jew. Okay, the reason of this technology, all the internet and everything you know are built by them. Even the Facebook, Instagram, even the clubhouse. If you look at everything, technology.
Get back off. Come on. It's yes. On a personal basis.
First of all, not only is that
but maybe it had to do with Silicon Valley and the entrepreneurial innovation network that we have there, and we attracted people from all over the world to focus on technology. And I don't think religion was the core tenet of why these inventions were created.
I mean, he's Indian, bro, and India and Israel are like right and left hands. But secondly, no, like it's not like
Why do you think
I don't have don't mistake me understanding how the world works as
put me in the queue.
hatred.
I have a
Like, you get what I'm
question
saying?
I have a question.
Or do you guys fucking have a view, or you guys I don't understand what you're doing live.
These are racist.
Who's speaking right now?
Somebody said they had a question.
May I?
And Ray wanted to go. Yeah, go after Chloe.
I know Chloe wants to go. Go ahead, Chloe.
King, why do you think that the Indian people are so supportive of the Jewish people or the people of Israel in the entirety? Because we have Muslims, Christians, and Jewish people in Israel living there together in peace. So why do you think that they have that? And why do you think I, as an Iranian, I'm also supportive of them?
Alright. First of all, the reason why India is so uh, like buddy with Israel is because of the upper echelon of India is paid a lot of money by like Israel Democrat.
Do you know why we support Israel?
I just told you why.
I tell you why the exact reason we support.
I just told you why.
I know that's not. I'll tell you why we support.
That's the only reason why the cash
I
system
finish
is
his
doing
point, Lamar, you gotta let him finish his point so that you can
Yeah, let him
still
finish.
understand.
literally like they muted me, but they were saying, but the that's why that's the only reason why the caste system is still in India today is because it is perpetrated by upper echelon in Israel
Oh my
who
God.
who pays the top of the caste system to keep India divided.
So Jews are now responsible for the caste system in India. This is amazing. Pepe, could you add that to the list of all the
That's
things
not what
that
I'm
were?
saying. That's not. I didn't say that at
I mean,
all.
the caste system predates even your,
literally.
Could you just add that one to the list, guys?
Hold on.
Okay, let's get. Okay,
Dexter is retarded. Like, the caste
That's
system
not
is
what
so
I
old.
said. I said that that's the reason why it continues today.
Hold on.
Wow.
Hold on. The caste system is so old that literally there are genetic differences between the fucking castes. Like, this is so far before European colonization.
I didn't okay. I'm just giving it.
I didn't say the Jewish people started.
It's fine.
Like what? Why is everybody talking over each other though? Like, what the fuck is going on, bro? I like that shit. I'm finna start sniping y'all niggas, man. Y'all better chill the fuck out. My bad. I was just trying to defend what I said because words were put into my mouth. I did not say that the Jewish people started the caste system. I'm saying the reason why it continues today is because they are paid a lot of money to continue the same system right now. Period.
Are you done?
That's just
My turn.
That's the first time you made it.
That's literally why Delhi was on.
Yeah, we don't even have to hear it there, let's hear from Lamar. Yeah, let's hear from Lamar.
Okay, yeah. So even the caste system and everything predates Jewish history. That's okay. You're saying that they are paying them, right? Okay, that's not the case. Okay, I am from a lower caste. Okay, I am the most bottom of them all in the caste system. And let me tell you why we love Israel. It's because in the 1919 war against Pakistan, okay, no one gave us intelligence, no one gave us technology to fight them. And during that war, the historic war, okay, they gave us intelligence and technology, okay, in the time of need when no one else did. Okay, that is one of the major reasons why we find them allies because okay, during the time when no one helped us, they helped us with war. Okay, and that's why we love them. And you are keep saying that okay, they are perpetuating okay the caste system. No, okay, because of historic okay things like okay the Brahmins who are upper castes okay they were held they had a lot of land okay they were good at okay government employees but what's happening now is okay what's happening now is the government is actively okay funding lower castes okay giving reservations in jobs government jobs okay paying their college fees the lower caste have no they don't have to pay college fees and they get money for studying okay they get to study in top universities okay without paying anything without that much merit okay because they are trying to undo the government is actively trying to undo what the historical precedent there was okay so the idea that okay the Jews are paying to keep the caste system is ridiculous because that is not what the government is doing.
India has always protected the Jewish people that have lived there, and they've been there since the fall of the Second Temple. Going back, actually, there are stories that it went back to the time of King David, even for the fall of the first temple. They've been very, very kind to the Jewish people that have lived there.
In my hometown, again, they came in my hometown, they came in my city, and we still have Jewtown with a synagogue here, which is actively maintained. Okay, we have multiple synagogues here, and people lived in peace. Okay, and even the Muslims came here. We built them the first mosque in entire India during the time of the Muhammad. Okay, and even the Saint Thomas the Apostle came during that period of Jesus, and we gave them, okay, a church. Okay, we can still see the church. Okay, we can still see the mosque. We were kind to everyone, and we respect. Okay, and when they were about to leave, okay, to Israel, we were friends. They came as guests and left as friends. That's what we remember of Jews. Okay, okay, they came, did trade, okay, participated in the army, okay, and they left. Okay.
Mark, what's your last name?
Yeah. Hey, real quick, hey, King, you can say what you have to say, but I'm gonna have to go after you. I've been waiting patiently.
So I don't have a last name.
We don't dox anyone in here.
No last name. My bad.
Hey, real quick.
I didn't mean it like that.
We're going to go to Ray. I just want to remind everyone, though, that when we started this conversation, Dean said that he was superior to all other white race and all other religions.
No, I mean other black people too. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted.
I mean, well, hey, that's the prerogative of the day, so what? You know what I mean? But anyways, with that being said, I was gonna talk about that situation with Israel and whatnot. It's like this, man. I'll say this with this state of Israel, you know, as much as it looks like they control and run the world, which they are part of the Luciferian branch, you know, a pretty high one at that, they really don't run the banks. They really don't control every aspect, which, you know, they've been kicked out of damn near every country they've been in, right? So you can't be controlling everybody's shit.
Except us, okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying every fucking state, but they've been kicked out of pretty much every 100 over over 100 countries, which shows you, you know, they're very hateful people, specifically dealing with their government, but that's just what it is.
It's funny.
Yeah, I find it funny that, hatred's funny to me. But anyways, so with that being said, you know, like, look, I'll say this. You have to go and get to the root of the problem, right? The people that control the state of Israel is the damn Vatican and the Catholic Church, okay? And you understand the history of the banks and the people who created the banks. Someone was just mentioning that specific order who started the banks in the first place. When you get to the money, you start to find characters like Marco Bergoglio. You start to find out guys like Jacques de Molay and certain of these other individuals who, through the shadows, run the state of Israel today, which a lot of these Israelis and these people who claim to be Jews, they don't know. They don't know this. You know, they just a lot of these people like Abby and these other characters that are around, you know, normally these people are pawns, you know what I mean? So, overall, like, Israel is nothing more than, you know, a project that they created, no different than America. And, you know, once you start to understand, the reason why I'm bringing this up, and it is relevant to the topic, is that all these different little things, whether it be reparations, the war that's going on, the people that's starting this shit is the same old people who've been starting wars since the 1500s, since the Protestant Reformation, right? It's the Jesuit order, which is the military faction under the order of the Vatican and the Catholic Church. They're welcome in every fucking country. You understand? So I think, you know, yeah, you can talk about these damn Jews and whatnot, and they do a lot of hateful things, they do a lot of dastardly things, but you know, you have to get to the root of the problem. You can't just chop off the leaves and think that's gonna save and solve every other people's problem. You gotta point to the Catholic Church, which is the reason why you have people who, you know, a certain person that's on the stage who works for a specific criminal organization that is sponsored by this same order. All right. So with that being said, and I'm gonna just say this, and I'm gonna go on mute. I would never be fucking jealous of anybody supporting a satanic, Luciferian, Babylonian worshiping. All right, Dagon, Nimrod worshiping pieces of shit like the Jesuit order in the Roman Catholic Church and these pedophile fucking priests. All right, of the Catholic order. You dig what I'm saying? So
I got a follow-up, Char. Yeah, okay, follow-up. When you were going to start this, did you have like this revelation of brilliance that came about? You're like, man, I'm about to make the cleverest, smartest take on Clubhouse, and I'm really going to stick it to those Jews and Catholics. Were you like really like thinking like this was going to land really well?
Deal with the subject matter. Deal with the subject matter. I mean, listen, Joe, to answer your question, right?
Were you like,
So,
oh
you're
man,
anybody that has
I'm so brilliant. I'm gonna really get this on him this time.
Damn, if I wasn't brilliant, he wouldn't bring me up. You know what I mean? But anyway, Joe.
The only person who's brilliant here.
Amara, real quick, I'm gonna answer this question and you got it, just real quick, just real quick. Just give me like 30 seconds. Yeah, so Joe, I'm gonna answer this in like less than 35 seconds. So, with that being said, Joe, you sitting up here acknowledging me and everything, if what I said doesn't have any kind of merit or weight, you would sit up here and move on. In other words, it does perk your heart to a certain degree because this whole Anglo-Saxon, Saxon bullshit Christianity that you think of is not real. And when you understand gematria and you start to understand certain things about this world, and you've done extensive research on the Luciferians, because I have encountered these devils before on multiple occasions, and they're fucking paid off bitch ass fucking people, right? That they have in these different religions, even the religion that I am. You start to find out that all of these clowns, all right, are under the order of the Jesuits and the Catholic Church, including your faggot ass rabbis, all right, your faggot ass Israelite niggas, all right, you know, like the biblical smoke motherfuckers, they're all Catholic owned, all right. These fucking Christians like Joel Osteen's gay ass, they're all fucking under the thumb of the Catholic order.
I get what you're feeling, Cindy.
Joe, you control me? I just found that out.
Yeah, I mean, look, I do realize that the Catholics, we have, 2.2, 2.4 billion people. We're in, how many countries? 75, 80 countries or something like that. I mean, probably more than that today. I realize the power and influence of the Catholic Church. In fact, the Catholic Church has done more to convert people to follow Jesus Christ than any other Christian church has. We're very
They also
successful.
killed Jesus too, though, brother.
Catholics. Now that's a new one. That's a fucking new one.
What's the full name of the Catholic Church?
I've never heard someone accuse Catholic of.
That's called the Roman Catholic Church. Pontius Pilate was Roman, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking
He
about.
wasn't a Catholic though, bro.
They weren't
I
Catholic.
guess this low. He wasn't a Catholic. I guess this low IQ conversation. Y'all until okay. This goes.
Did Catholic exist then?
No, this goes back to something we were talking about earlier. How white men.
No, did Catholics even exist during the time of Jesus? No.
Don't really have this collective. Yeah, so no, this goes back, and I'm going to relate them both. This kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier. With white men, don't have this collective perception of each other, where there is nuance and clearly the Romans that shoved the spear in the side of Jesus when he died were not Catholics. I know that's
Catholics didn't even exist at the time, right?
but Ray seems to think so.
How did they change? How did they change from the Caesar to the clergy? That's what you want us to focus on if you're going to deal with the
that occurs about 600 years later.
Yeah.
I know about that.
Yeah, Joe, so real quick, just real briefly, man, real quick. Do you understand in D.C., right, in D.C., Washington, there is something called Rome on the Potomac? The point is that why would that phrase be in the capital or a monument of the capital of the United States? And you also have to ask yourself, why is the Pope revered by all religions throughout the whole fucking world? You understand what the word Catholicism or Catholic means, Joe?
universal church. The universal church.
Exactly. So it's universalism. They're unifying everybody. So,
I will say though,
what it means, hold on. What it means is we don't discriminate against nationality, race. We don't discriminate if you're a Jew or if you're not a Jew. So I mean, like, that's what universal means. Is it's a church that there wasn't a bloodline or hereditary things like that.
yeah, you know what? When it deals with, and that's my point, Joe. When you deal with these religions,
But that's not true though.
Right? When you deal with, let me just say this, and you guys got it, because I want to hit a point and a note that Joe is not aware of. I don't know if he believes in this Bible Belt Christian bullshit, right? But you know, which says that's entirely different Christianity that was taught during the medieval times, right? But besides the point, when you look at the Torah law, when you look at the things that are written in the very holy 1611 King James Bible, right, with the full books and even if you have your own 66 books, right? Those laws forbid universalism. It is actually inclusive. It's actually exclusive, not inclusive, right? So when you get to the Catholic Church, including all these different ideologies and different people, is literally going against, right, the tenets of the scriptures, right? And something
The Catholic Church also took out books of the Bible too, brother.
Yeah, I know, and they also have their own perverted aspect of what they believe the Bible is, which is the reason why you have the so-called Society of Jesus, the Jesuits, who pervert the word of the Most High and bring in all kinds of damnable heresies and shit. But my point, and I'm in here, Joe, but my point is though, right, is the fact that this whole situation that you're trying to defend with these Catholics, they control the CIA. They even put in your fucking movies like Jack Ryan, a Central Intelligence agent, where they sit up here and tell you because they put in their put their bullshit in their media, and the CIA does control the media, so the Jesuits do. You know, you'll see the 201 number all throughout. You see the number 144 all throughout. If you understand your gematria coding, numerology, but yeah, I mean, like they said, I mean, the Catholics are this would run the world, but they're humble about it.
No, all right, wait, hold on, but I will. Yes, that's true. But not all Catholics are like evil though.
Hold on. So just I need some clarification here. Right, real simple. Is it the Jews or the Catholics that run it?
The Jews are. I'm answering, and I'm going on an indefinite mute. And you guys got it. What's purported, all right? What's purported, Joe? All right, is that the Jews run the world? That's the bullshit lie that they like to tell you. And of course, you have certain Jews that actually believe that. But the truth is that the Catholics, the Vatican, and the Pope, and the Jesuits, like Pete Hegseth, who has a Templar Knight fucking cross on his fucking arm, cats like that, they're the ones controlling shit. All right, so yeah, those are the people that run the world. And I'm going on indefinitely after this. When you have certain people in Hollywood, like the dude that was the son of Sanford and Son, the son, not Red Fox, but his son in that film 2 years ago, because he passed away. I'm pretty sure he got fucking, a hit put on him, but he started to reveal certain things about Hollywood, and I can bring out many other different individuals. Some of them will talk about Jews, but other ones will talk about the real meaty things.
Let me tell you something.
He said up here and said, he said this when he was bringing out everything in Hollywood. He said the enemy is not who you think. According to what I've seen throughout my time in Hollywood, the people that control the world and run the society, run Hollywood, he could have said the Jews, but he said the Jesuits. Of all people. And there's other examples of that. So a lot of these guys are I'm done.
The Catholics.
Okay, and
So
I was in the
we'll go to you next. I just need to make it clear. Abby, I've been promoted to the head of the lie.
I don't even know what to say. I mean, can you give me a meeting with the Pope? at this point. I know he went to Villanova, but like if you guys know all this shit and control it, that's a lot of power. And I was talking a few hours ago about our futures bets. Like maybe there's some info there.
Well, wait, hold up. You're in a Kabbalah. Wait, you're in a
Yeah, I love
Kabbalah,
this, Joe. Joe, you've been
You're in a Kabbalah. You should know about Gematria.
Hold on, Ray. No, you had your, so you were going to go on indefinite mute. So you can hold your word. Amar, you were next.
Okay, the whole reason we are able to talk in Clubhouse, Zoom meeting, or the reason that Chad could talk here is because of Danny Cohen, who is a Jewish. Without him, you would not be able to use Clubhouse. Did you know that?
Okay, do you want me to go over it again?
That's it. Okay, the reason you were able to talk here, or in any voice call or telecommunication, is because of Danny.
He's correct.
Shenanigans. A black woman created GPS. Without GPS, you would not be able to connect to cell phone towers. So what? Like, what do you mean? We can nitpick
Do you use Waze? Do you use Waze?
It takes a.
Do you use Waze? See, I think I have that one on you, Joe.
No, but if I could piggyback off go ahead, Joe. My bad, bro.
Well, what happened to Bell? Wasn't it Bell that invented the telephone?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was hard. That was hard lines, bro.
Yeah, well, no, but the whole concept of the telephone. What was Bell?
It's about internet.
Do you claim him?
Yeah, I wanted to know, is Bell a Jew or a Catholic? I got it.
You probably have him. We have Dell. You've got Bell.
That was you have to have a hard line. You have to be connected via wires to do that. Like what is the tapping shit? Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Okay,
What am I talking about? The tapping shit. Y'all know
I think we have voicemail too. We created.
Well, Bell and Tesla, they were like, contemporaries around the 19th century, and they were, kind of rivals, inspiring each other, thriving off each other.
Well, here's a little bit of trivia. Yeah, here's a little bit of trivia. The original centennial, 100-year anniversary of our country, the celebration was in the city of Philadelphia, and they had an exhibition of inventions, and Alexander Graham Bell showed his new invention of the telephone at Memorial Hall on July 4th, 1876.
For the record, Alexander Graham Bell was a Protestant, so we got to give the Protestant work ethic.
What about Edison? Do you get Edison?
Wait, who?
Oh, he's just a dude they named a city in Jersey after. There's no one that
He didn't do much.
He didn't do much. I don't know. I can't. It's a little dark in here. I have to put the light on. Could you tell me what Edison?
Yeah, he stole everything from Tesla.
Do you think he stole from Tesla?
Yeah, he stole from everybody, but that doesn't matter.
But he got a city. Tesla didn't get a city.
What was he?
Thomas Edison was a Protestant.
Another Protestant.
He was a Protestant. Damn, these Protestants and their work ethic.
Okay. How about electricity? Can we go to Franklin? What was Franklin? He was a deist. No.
Yeah, Tesla was a Christian.
He was a political. I think he did create the city.
Edmund Randolph was not though.
Hey guys, can you name any Muslims that created anything?
No.
Yes, come on. This is.
Yeah, their architecture is like next level.
The number of people in Silicon Valley, there's a lot of smart people that added to creating lots of different inventions. And there's Indians, there's Muslims, there's Jewish, there's Russians, there's
Indians, okay.
There's people from all over the world.
Yeah, but
there were people from
Pakistan. Indians, okay. You can include Indians.
Oh, we got Google. I forgot about that. We got Google.
Yeah, and who's the CEO of
just for the record, Franklin was raised Puritan, Congregationalist, a Calvinist Protestant, but later on just identified as a deist.
You need to understand, okay, you need to understand something, okay, I'll tell you something. Jews, Christians and Indians have contributed to technology, but you cannot say that about Muslims.
What? Well, you know, there were Indian inventors that actually.
Yeah, exactly. You can point to Indians and Jews and Christians for all the modern technology, but I can't name anyone who is Muslim who has done that.
Man, you should probably Google it. They did something, bro. Oh wait, actually, mathematics, bro.
I mean,
numbers are Arabic.
No, it's just symbols, okay? They were invented in India long
The
ago.
architecture is top tier, very mathematical. Like
numbers, bro. Numbers come from
were invented in India. The numbers we use, the 1, 2, 3, were the symbols were used from Arabic. That's it.
Shenanigans. I'm not even like I know that for a fact. Mathematics comes from the Arabs.
No, mathematics comes from the Indians.
It comes from Samaria.
Numbers? No.
Yeah, numbers.
Well, okay, all right. So let me. The modern day numbers, like the modern day numbers we use, is what I mean.
It's just the symbols, okay?
Yeah, the symbols themselves come from there.
Those symbols were, okay, stolen from India, okay? Shut up.
Brother, I'm not gonna lie.
That's all you got. We'll give you numbers. We won't take them away from you.
They stole it from India. They stole the numbers from India, okay? Everything. Just Google it.
That's not true at all, brother. At all.
Yeah, the idea of math and one stuff came from 3 different places, independent of each other.
Like what?
Samaria, India, and China.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, are you reading that right now? Hold on. What'd you say, William?
All 3 of those areas, those civilizations, all developed some level of mathematics and numbers independent of each other.
Repeat the place.
Basic time period. Yeah, and China all kind of invented their own version of mathematics and numbers.
And
I have a question for Ahmad.
The numbers we use right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
from India.
Okay, the question is, who invented the zero?
India.
How do you invent a number?
Yeah,
Ahmad, let me ask you a question.
Hey, wait, Joe, I think you get Galileo, right?
No, Aryabhatta invented zero.
Ahmad, what about the Mughals, the Muslim Indians?
The
Mongols, yeah.
The Mughals were conquerors. They were not, okay, you need to understand.
Yeah, they weren't there to India. We got that part.
Okay?
And the Greeks, don't forget the Greeks.
Yeah, all the way in
Nobody cares about the Greeks.
Euclid? Really?
Okay.
Yeah, everybody cares about how many.
Guys, please.
Stop calling them up.
The Muslims came to India, okay, ever existed in 1400, right? 1400 AD. But we invented these things long back. Okay?
So wait, let me ask you another question.
It was multiple, many cultures and religions that developed mathematics, but the first people that did that were the Babylonians, 2000.
Okay, we are not saying
The
that.
Sumerians.
Was it Sumer? No? Was it in Sumeria?
So it was the Sumerians.
Yeah, Sumerians.
But around the same time, the Indians and the Chinese had their own versions as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But the Babylonians were not Muslim. The ancient Egyptians were not Muslim. Ancient Greeks were also not Muslim back then. Well, never.
Well, were they?
Bhakta in
Oh,
Hindu,
yes.
they were Hindu and they were also not Muslim. And then Muhammad ibn Musa, he was a Muslim, but this was 780 CCE.
In 780, there's
Wait, back then, were the Egyptians white or black?
Depends on which time period you're talking about.
Okay, no.
The one she's talking about. I'm talking about the ones that
Cushites were black.
No,
folks in the Hyksos or lighter skin.
Okay, Ahmad, one more question, please. One more question. Okay, so you said the Mughals and they were Muslim, they were conquerors. So you're telling me outside of their castles where they can measure the stars and they have like different installations and rulers and things that measure the planets, you're telling me that the Mughals didn't invent that?
No, the Mughals did not invent that, okay? The Mughals did
Did not invent what? I'm confused.
Okay,
So outside of their castles, they have like almost like playgrounds of different measurements and different things that measure certain planetary bodies.
Okay, I'll tell you what it is. It's astronomy, okay? It is astronomical schools. There are schools of astronomy in different places of India, okay? They study about stars, they study about astronomical stuff, they study about planets. And we have the concept of nine, okay, that is different, but you know, planets and the earth being round way back before anyone ever knew. Okay, we don't consider the earth as flat. Okay, we knew earlier on. It was a discovery that in the west that happened with whoever.
Shenanigans. Galileo said that way. What the fuck are you talking about?
Galileo studied after the Indians. That's what I'm talking about.
And y'all landed a shuttle on the moon too, right?
Right.
No, you guys had some great inventions. Like if anybody wants to study the saga Pose, which is what the speaker company is named after, Indian scientists.
We are scientists, and okay, and if you want to talk about numbers, okay, the law said, okay, it was 700 AD, and the Muslims religion didn't happen until 1400 AD. Okay, so the person.
Did you just Google that?
Yeah, no, everybody knows that 1400 AD.
Everybody doesn't know
Who gets
shit.
Copernicus? Just speaking of astronomy, who gets him? Joe gets. That's correct.
Greeks. No, he wasn't a Greek.
No, he was like European.
Italian or something.
Italian or Polish.
Okay,
Italian, I think.
Let's fact check. When did Copernicus find
You gotta give it to Joe.
Invented the calendar. We all
Gregorian calendar that we follow today.
Copernicus. Which should show you something, right? We don't follow the Jewish calendar where you go by the phase of the moon. We're on a solar calendar, which is based off the pagan little calendars of was it Monday through Sunday and whatnot. Sunday. Yes. Yeah, we have Sunday, right? Sunday is for sun worship. Saturday, Saturn worship. Where do these motherfuckers come from? They come from Rome. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't, Joe, you don't see this shit, but you're calling me a lunatic. Ain't that a bitch?
Don't forget, a majority of the Supreme Court is Catholic too.
I mean, they are. Oh, you know who else? Hey, you know who else supports the Jesuits? The president does. Donald Trump. Donald Trump himself is a Jesuit educated motherfucker himself, and he also was wearing some weird satanic vampire-looking Roman Catholic garments, supporting this shit in one of his videos.
Who gives a fuck? Like, I'm gonna be honest, bro.
Who gives a fuck?
Because
What do you mean who gives a fuck? You should give a fuck.
why?
What the hell? Okay, so who runs the banks?
Who gives a fuck?
Oh, so it doesn't matter.
I don't care at all.
So you don't care about
They not, bro. That shit ain't gonna stop me, bro.
Oh, it ain't gonna stop you. So if they sit up here and say, you know what, this fat nigga named King, I'm King LeBron, I'm gonna shut his shit down because I don't like him because he's saying some shit that I don't like. What are you gonna do then?
Well, am I not supposed to be their arch enemy as an Iranian? How come I did get along?
Hold on,
To be honest, I think you're Jewish.
Hold on, I have a clarifying question. Hold on. King, if I was to talk to you like that, I assume you would be somewhat offended coming from a white man. Why do you let Char talk to you like that?
What do you mean?
Char just talks to you like a little bitch. Why do you let him talk to you like that?
I know. To be honest, bro, I don't. It's not. My belief system does not allow people who are deemed less than me
people who are less than me. Like, why would I? Like, that shit don't mean nothing to me, bro.
Wait, I thought
I'm a
everyone was
grown.
less than you. Didn't you say
Yeah, literally.
several times? Everyone.
Now you understand. So why would I give a fuck about with somebody who I don't deem on my level? Like, why would I give a fuck, bro?
Well, you're definitely right. We're not on two. We're entirely two different intellectual levels. That's for damn sure. I guarantee you don't have a library like me. You know what I'm saying? I guarantee you half the motherfuckers on this stage have a. You know what? Wait.
Let me ask you a question.
So Marshall got a library. I think
Wait a
Marshall
minute.
has some.
Because you read books, that makes you smart.
Fellow got some knowledge. You know what I mean? But
Oh my
when
goodness.
it comes to someone, you know, who boasts of knowledge, like who's his nigga's name, King Laban, all praise in the Most High. Usually that's what Israelites say. So I don't know if you're Israelite. I don't know if you sat up here and watched some videotapes. And I'm gonna watch a couple of teaching videos. Probably saw one of my teaching videos. I'm gonna watch 200 videos and say I'm an elder now. That's a lot of stupid.
I'm an elder.
Pseudo intellectual cats like you like to do. Kind of like, you know, in the realm like where Abby's at, right? She thinks because she's been around rabbis and I know a verse in the Torah. I have the Isaiah scroll. Like that's supposed to mean you don't know shit.
Why did you just talk like that?
I have a question.
You're a grown ass man.
It's
That's a really interesting comment, isn't it?
Are you like? Are there levels to like the BHI order? Like, where do you rank?
Well, there's no order to. First and foremost, there's groups in sects, just like any other, it's like Christianity. But if you're asking like people who have certain knowledge, I mean, certain people regard me as one of the top guys. But that's
Like,
one of the stories another day.
If you got arrested and went to prison, like you would be like the top dog, like you would be giving orders and stuff.
Oh, wait, what are you implying that Israelites go to jail? I don't know.
I'm just saying there's groups. Like, would you run the show, like on the show Odd on HBO? Would you run like the clan?
No, I'd be a fuck. Listen, I might not make it in prison. You know why? 'Cause I'm not joining no group. I hate all you motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck if you're Aryan Nation, if you're black, if you're fucking cartel, all you motherfuckers.
That's fine.
Motherfuckers ain't shit, man.
I agree with you on that.
But no, on a serious note, I mean, listen, LeBron, the reason why I'm giving you such hell is just you can't say some ignorant shit like that, bro. I'm only saying that to show love. So you don't give a fuck of who's controlling your Federal Reserve notes? Do you know what a Federal Reserve note is?
I don't get, brother.
So you don't care? So you don't know what a Federal Reserve note is?
Not at all. I can get. Listen,
what is money then?
Listen, nothing is gonna matter until
That's what I'm talking about. How the fuck you say that's what I'm talking about?
All of this
you
shit.
You sit up here and say that somebody's not on your level. You don't even know what the fuck a Federal Reserve note is.
Like I said, bro.
Real money is.
Like I said, until Jesus comes back, none of this shit matters, bro.
You know what? It's pissing me off. Just it's almost as much as fucking that this fake Jewish lawyer named Abby. It almost pissing me off as much as
Fake Jewish.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you are.
Let's see, I've only known about Judaism because I talked to a rabbi from time to time. I'm a graduate of Jewish school, by the way, 12 years of it, of private Jewish. Yeah, I'm not even going to sit here and credential myself, but maybe we can, if Caleb's still doing, we can just yap away in Hebrew and,
Is it mitzvah pie? What does that mean?
Italian mamzer, motherfucker.
Isn't that where the Jewish rabbis?
What did you ask?
Yeah, you don't want to answer.
I didn't hear you.
Guys, you need to hear this, okay?
What is it? The mitzvah pie or something like that?
Mishpacha?
I don't know.
Mishpacha, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
But I don't know how to pronounce it
It's
because
something
I
like that.
just talked to a rabbi.
It's the practice of where the rabbis suck the penis.
No rabbi does that, and that's a trope.
That's
And
why was there a massive herpes outbreak?
So that's a pretty awful thing to say, isn't it? Why do you deny the Holocaust earlier in the room, and now you do this? Like, there's something really wrong with you. Yeah, you did.
That's weird how you put words in my
No,
mouth.
I heard your words.
You denied the Holocaust.
I heard your words. I heard them. And you know, it's really disingenuous. It's disingenuous.
You're weird.
No, I'm anything but weird. But I have an ear and I listen. And I heard what you've been saying. I've also heard this very.
But that's what you guys like to do, though, you know.
Also,
Because I never want
now it's interesting that it's the Jesuits and the Jews that are the targets, and we are the problems that everybody else has in the world. Just find someone to blame other than looking into yourselves and seeing where you're going.
I don't blame this.
You guys are just a bunch of pawns.
Shortcomings are.
You are a pawn.
But let's blame the judge.
Wait, Abby.
But
Isn't your friend a Trump?
Timothy, can we talk about the football again or baseball?
Oh yeah, that's another Jesuit on fucking.
Oh, so Jesuits on the NFL now?
Hell no.
Someone say some shit that's on value, please. I'm tired of hearing y'all talk about nothing.
Okay, let me start. Okay. Out of here, out of all the religion here, okay, Jewish people are more older than Christians and Muslims. They are the most things are very most earliest, right? Am I right or wrong?
No, Zoroastrians.
Wait, what did you say? They're the most what, brother?
Out of the people here, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but you don't know if there's Zoroastrians in here. Iranians might be Zoroastrians.
And let me tell you something, okay?
I'm just being factual. I'm not trying to downplay.
What did he say? What word did he say?
He
I didn't hear
said,
it.
out of all the religions in this room, isn't Judaism the most, like, the oldest one? And I said, well, you don't know, because there might be, like, Iranians that are Zoroastrian, and that predates Judaism.
Okay, and let me tell you something. There is someone, okay, our text, Indian texts were written at 2500 BCE. So literally, I am the person with the religion who is oldest, that is surviving. So that's what is the point I wanted to make.
So you can honestly, brother, I don't care if your religion is the bathing cow shit.
What is your
What do you think about reparations, Mark?
What do you mean by reparations?
Are you for reparations, or are you against it, or you don't care?
What do you mean by the reparations?
So, bro, wait, you telling me you been here for 3 damn hours and you don't know what the fuck reparations are?
Honestly, I don't.
This man is here to defend the Jews, bro. That's it.
What's the definition again? What's the definition?
Somebody, someone tell.
Reparations is.
One more question for Mark. Are you Christian or Shiva?
Can we hear from an FBA about the definition of reparations?
It's just getting money for being enslaved, bro.
Yeah, I agree with that. We need reparations. Hello? Reparations are necessary. You know,
What's your nationality, Mark?
my nationality, I am Indian.
Amar, are you from the Untouchables? Are you a part of the Untouchables?
Yes.
Mark, since you're on the lowest level of the caste system,
I can't hear you guys. I can't hear you guys.
Mark, let me ask you a question. Since you're on the lowest level of the caste system, do you believe the ones higher up in the caste system should pay you for the struggles you've lived through?
And they already do. We get paid.
Look at that.
Damn, that didn't go where you thought, huh, Joe? That's bad.
No, actually I didn't. What do they pay you, Amar?
Okay. They pay with educational. We can study for any university for free, and even priority in government jobs.
I feel like you're lying.
I am lying.
That's right. You get free education and you get positions in government. I think we've covered it.
That's not a bad package.
Level number 5 or
Okay, let
level
me tell you something.
number 4?
Okay.
Level 4, 3, 2.
I know how the system works. the lowest most level gets money for studying. Okay, they don't have to pay, they get money for studying. If they study in a university, they get monthly allowance, they get money.
How much monthly?
Can you study anywhere? Can you study anywhere?
Yeah, you can
As long as you get accepted? Like,
no, and there's a kind of, the merit is really subsidized for them to enter. Like if you need
Notice how he said it for them to enter. He's lying.
He's not lying, brother. This is the same dude that was willing to admit that his peoples wipe their ass with their hands, brother. I take his word for everything as the truth.
Yeah, but only the left hand.
Yeah, okay, and you wash it, not like Europeans who wipe it with the toilet paper and they stink.
Yeah, saying somebody's things is wild.
You wipe your ass with your bare hand?
We wash it with our bare hands, yes.
Well, what if you get it like up in your
No, we wash it with soap. We wash it, but we wash our hands. We wash our hands and our ass, okay, both together.
You guys are savages.
So you guys wipe, okay, imagine a Nutella in your hand, you wipe it with the toilet paper, you can, okay, and do you expect it to go off without washing?
So, I just need to get this right. So you get reparations by them paying for education, kind of like a scholarship, and you have to wipe your ass with your hand.
No, everybody does that. It's normal thing. We also use
Even the higher ups, they wipe.
Yeah, everybody does this.
Mark, will they subsidize if you get accepted into a university, a foreign university?
No, it is free.
Government will help you at all with that?
Okay, I got accepted. I didn't have to pay anything. Okay, the hostel fees or the stay is free. The examination fees are free. Okay, I don't need to. Even if I fail, if I want to re-examination, that is also free. Okay, and there are some people who are called scheduled tribes or scheduled castes. They are the lowest and lowest of all, and they get government job and they get money. Okay, I don't have to pay money because I'm not the lowest of them all. Okay, I'm just above them.
But I thought you said earlier you were.
I am the lowest, but there are people who are tribes.
You asked if he was untouchable. That's what your question was.
I am. Okay, so, okay. So, but there are untouchables who are in tribes. Okay, the tribes who cannot speak proper English even. They don't have the education for that. Okay, and there are untouchables who are born by they might be born in a modern area. They might get the education because I got the education for free. Okay, so my dad said if I had to pay for your education, you wouldn't be studying. Just because you're free, I'm letting you go. Okay, and you get stipend every month for studying. That's how I studied.
Could you go to the elite colleges, the premier and
Yes.
That was my question, Stan.
the public colleges.
Okay, the most elite
Hold on, let me
college.
get some clarification though, Mark. Stipends for your education, but once you're done your education, do you receive any more checks?
Let me finish. Once you're done, you can apply for government exams. Okay, and you don't have to. You have separate cutoff marks for that particular category.
And could you go free to IIT?
Yeah, IITs have reservation. It's called the reservation system. Okay, the people who join reservation, suppose a normal person has to score 75 percentile. They just need to have like 35 percentile or just need a cutoff.
Sounds like that's terrible.
Okay,
You don't get, let me make sure this is clear. You don't get money just for doing nothing though. Like you can't just, you say you're 40 years old, you don't have, you've already done your schooling. You don't just get paid money though to sit on your ass.
So if you apply for a job, you get a priority.
Priority, like you're not at the top.
See, I'll tell you what. Okay,
Saying yes.
if you get yes, okay, like 10% or 20% are reserved, or not 10%, 40% of the seats are reserved for reservation. Okay, only 50% are the 50% of percentage of seats are reserved for different levels. Okay.
His question was, do you get a check if you're in a lower caste system, even if you don't have a job?
No.
After you graduate, yeah.
Not become.
That's
Okay.
right.
When you're
No
studying, when you're studying in the university, if you're studying in the university, which you can at any age, okay, they will pay you. They don't charge you fees, and they pay you for studying.
Can you study anything you want? Like,
Yes,
I
you can
never
study anything you want.
different than what we've
You can
already
study anything you want. You can study anything you want.
Joe, did you just say how is that different than what America?
Yeah, it's not. Literally, LBJ ran on education reform as a form of reparations, and also housing assistance as a form of
And
reparation.
one more thing,
You do not like the reparations argument.
I ain't gonna lie, I went to college for free. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. But I'm not an idiot either.
There you go. Look at that. So I don't really know. Then we've solved the problem, right?
I mean, bro, I didn't go to school for free because I was black, though.
Are you sure?
You know what I'm saying?
Where'd you get your
The
degree?
Native Americans,
What did you study?
what is it?
What'd you
I
study?
didn't graduate. Hell no.
What did you
Electronic
study?
engineering technology.
see, do you know why?
I'm literally just talking.
Guys, hear this out. Okay, hear this out. Okay, do you know why they promote this? Okay, because they're saying here, okay, when these lower caste becomes in positions of power, okay, this caste disparity will slowly decrease. Okay, because since everyone is in the government position are the status symbols here. Okay, so when every caste are in the holding government positions, which is the most powerful positions in the country. Okay, the government is actively trying to destroy this caste system.
Sounds like DEI, brother. That's what it sounds like. A bunch of people who aren't supposed to be in positions getting positions, bro. That's what it sounds like to me.
As reparations.
Once you get a position, can you get fired if you're in a reserve?
See, if you get a government job, okay, it's like a secure thing. They cannot fire you, okay, unless you unless proven you did a bribe or something or a corruption.
Sounds like America. Sounds just like America.
But what's a government job? Is it like what's the role? Is it like cleaning streets or cleaning like a janitor for like the government building?
You know damn well they're not cleaning those streets over there.
Let me tell you something. There are different types of government jobs. Okay, there is IAS, okay, Indian administrative section, like something like that. Okay, IPS, Indian Police Service. Okay, and there are like RBI. Okay, there are like state level teachers. Okay, teachers in government schools. Okay, teachers or doctors in government colleges, government hospitals, and you have to know government. Okay, in my state, in my province actually. Okay, education is free for everyone. Okay, we can.
So wait a minute. So why did you just make it seem like it was a lower caste thing?
I tell you why. Because it is free.
Because
for
you're lying.
No, but in private institutions, okay, it is not free for everyone. It is free for lower caste. That's what I'm saying about it. You understand what I mean?
So like
the IITs.
Yeah, like the IITs.
What are you saying? What is that?
In like the IITs, people, okay, normal general.
What is IIT? What does that mean?
Like it is like MIT college.
Oh, copy.
Yeah, and other such a general category or people who are other upper caste have to pay, but the people who are lower caste don't have to pay. That's the difference.
For the private ones though, right?
Yeah, exactly. For the government ones, in my state, in my province, it's free, but in other provinces, it's not free. It's only free for the.
How far can you go with it? Will they pay for postgraduate education as well?
Yeah, postgraduate education is free as well.
And medical,
Yeah,
medical
law.
colleges is free.
Okay.
That is crazy.
You can study medical things for free.
Which is amazing if you think of all the Indian doctors and people that come into our med schools, and we're at what 300 to 400 grand to get through med school here, and you're saying you can go to med school for free. Will they pay for foreign education though? That was my question before.
No, they don't. No, they, okay. See, in Indian government colleges, okay, everyone except the reserved category, that is a lower caste, should pay, okay, and they don't have to pay, okay, and there's an examination for them to get into med school, okay, it's like a CAT, okay, and they only need to score a lower percentage than the rest of the people to get it.
Yeah, okay, copy. I see what you're saying. But you're saying, technically, you can get your doctorate for free, right?
Yeah, but you have to.
That is fucking insane.
You have to pass the fucking exam. That's necessary.
You do realize in the U.S. you get a PhD for free if it's in the STEM field.
Yeah, a lot of disciplines, Stan, are now you can be, once you get to PhD level, usually you're not paying.
I mean, I didn't pay at all when I went anywhere. As long as you're smart enough, they'll figure it out. You know what I'm saying?
How many years did they pay for you, King?
They only paid. I just thought the first. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I couldn't do the homework. That shit. I mean, I could never do homework even in high school. So I'm not finna go home and that shit. Yeah, fuck that.
So let me tell you one more thing, okay? Let me tell you one more thing about my province. Actually, I'm very proud of my province. Okay, it is okay. Women can.
Hey, quick question, real quick, Amar. I have a question. Do y'all go to school like elementary, middle school, and high school for 8 hours a day?
Yeah, but yeah, we do. And you get food. And in the government schools, you get food for free. And you don't have to pay anything. Okay, and you get food for free.
And that's fucking India. That.
Yeah. If you go to a government college, not a private one, okay, everyone up till 10th standard or 10th grade, okay, everyone gets no fees in elementary school. Okay, in colleges, the general people have to pay, okay.
What?
And in government, there are private schools, everyone has to pay except this guys, okay, and in government schools, no one has to pay, okay, no one has to pay for school fees, no one has to pay for lunch, okay, no one has to pay for the government is doing it, the government is paying for it.
Wow.
So can you Amar, can you explain to be considered a lowest class, or like a class like you? How do you qualify for that?
See, since the education is free and compulsory, okay, we have to go. Okay, I have no choice. If some in my province, if my parents didn't let me go for studying, they are committing a crime.
No, he's asking like how you said that you're considered the lower caste. He's saying what makes you.
I'll tell you. So when you are born, okay, you are born to a dad and mom. Okay, they are just like you are born to a Christian, just like you are born to a Muslim family. Okay, I am born to a particular fisherman community. Okay, we are not fisherman community. We are boat building community. Okay, that is the occupation of my community. And there are people who are warrior community, who are members of in the army, and there are priests of a community who used to do priesthood in temples. Okay, so these castes are based on the occupation of the people, and a certain community always did a certain type of occupation, and that's how on the type of the occupation it became a strict caste-based system, and you could not even if you wanted to do priesthood, you could not because you were born into a particular occupation community.
Question, Amar, is it on y'all like birth certificates?
Yeah,
it traces through their names too, your last names.
It's fine. It's fine because it is not considered. It is considered lucky to be born in a lower nowadays because you get free education, free job. Okay, not free job. Okay, you get money for studying. You get all the benefits if you are born into a lower caste. If you know how to utilize that properly.
I just don't understand how this is any different than what we do by federally funding HBCUs, handing out scholarships and things like that.
Yeah, it's based on caste.
Because there are people who still have to pay to go to HBCUs, brother.
What I'm trying to say, it's not economic.
I was talking to Joe, bro, not you, man.
Yeah, I'm just clarifying it that it is not based on the economic status of the family. It is completely based on which caste you were born into. Okay, if you are, do you know why? Because do you know why that's an issue? Why the government is giving caste based, not financial, economic based? I'll tell you why. Because if I wanted to marry someone from a priesthood family, okay, they would not let me. Okay. Even if we are economically sane, okay, the priesthood family would not give their woman into my community. Okay, that is the issue. Okay,
so it's more of a social thing, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's like, a social thing.
Copy.
But if you have, Omar, if you have a government job, can you marry then other people?
If you got a government job, still okay. Now there are people who wouldn't let their daughter marry that because they are in a different caste. And the government will keep giving until this stops. That people don't see other humans based on caste, okay, and see them as humans. This is the reparation. This is called the actual reparation, right? Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, the only, Joe, that's what I'm saying. That's like, it's not like black people who go to HBCUs don't have to pay. You know what I'm saying? Some people are still paying to go to school.
I mean, that's a solid argument that says, what we should do to descendants of chattel slavery is offer free education. I mean, you might get a lot of supporters for that.
Joe, did anyone float the idea of bringing back WPA and maybe that concept as opposed to reparations? Based on what we just heard, that he had to, in order to receive this assistance, he had to go to school and he had to complete school to receive it. What about the concept of WPA?
What is WPA?
It's under Roosevelt, what the New Deal was.
It's called the Works Progress Administration.
Yes, Works Progress Administration is what it stands for.
Wait, say it again, Abby?
It's the Works Progress Administration, and it was under the New Deal. It was brought in by Roosevelt around the mid-30s, and this is coming out of the Depression, and it was a way, first of all, to bring the country out of the Depression, but it provided jobs and infrastructure, and it basically, instead of giving someone money, they gave someone a job. They gave someone a tool. So there are a lot of infrastructure. I don't know what city you live in, but in a lot of cities, you'll see certain bridges or you'll see buildings, or even, in the city I grew up in, they gave jobs to artisans, and there's sculptures that are a little more than you would normally have on a building, but it was a way to infuse the economy and give people income. So instead of just handing them a check, they gave them a project to do or a job, and that was the New Deal.
The only reason why I have a problem
just one sec. I was asking Joe about I don't mind you reacting, but let me just ask him what he thinks.
No, I think it's great, but of course I think it would be great to some degree for all Americans, and I think that's where the line is drawn with the reparations, it's like, look how, if we allow all Americans to do it, well, then does it diffuse the purpose of reparation?
Well, I mean, that one took government money. Well, just wait, hold on one sec. Just let's go back to America for a second here. So that took government money. I mean, in those days, so that was the mid-30s, but they employed was a little under 9 million people by doing this. I don't remember what the U.S. population was in the 30s, and it was disbanded. It only existed, I think, up until mid 40s when we were in the war, and then obviously things were repurposed under the war effort anyway. But the concept is, instead of giving someone a check, you give them a tool, or you give them, an actual job.
See, hold on, go ahead, Doug, my bad.
Then I'll pass it right over to you, King. I do think we have things for people that are in need, and this goes for all races in America, is that if you are on some sort of assistance, one of the requirements is you're supposed to be either looking for a job or trying to find a job or have a job, things like that. I don't know all the details to it, but I think there is things, but me personally, my ideology, I don't think the government can ever run something, and it would probably be used for nefarious purposes for politics. However, the sentiment is fantastic. If we could actually have something that wasn't put in our system just intended to divide and conquer us for votes, I would love it. But I just don't trust people.
Guys, one more thing, and I'm.
Wait, hold on. King was gonna just one
Guys,
second.
I have to leave. I just want to make one point. Okay, India is a socialist country. Okay, you need to know that India is a socialist country, and your country is a capitalist country. Okay, so
Sorry, the country sucks.
yeah, so because of the socialist thing, okay, stamped into our constitution, okay, the government also gives both things. They give private section and they have government section. Both of them are there. Okay, so my state, my province is actually a communist state. Okay, from communist state which allows private sector to run, and people democratically elected the communists here. Okay, so that's how, and all the lands of the upper community were divided amongst, okay, the poor. Do you know that? It's called land distribution. Okay, the lands were distributed to every worker. That
Sounds like indentured servitude.
Yeah, so these are all reparations.
This man said, yeah.
Hey, Mark, one real quick question.
You say the country sucks because it's capitalist.
No, I said his country sucks.
I gotta respond, King. You saw through it. That's exactly what it is.
Of course, I'm not an idiot, brother.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm worried about, is if we did put something in place like this, it would just turn into something nefarious.
Exactly. So it would violate the idea of America being a capitalist. Okay, and you cannot bring socialist ideas.
So what I was telling you about was actually a Democrat that was our president then. If you know the history of the New Deal and of FDR. So what I didn't give you, and what Joe, that's why I asked Joe the question, was the Republican response to the New Deal. And clearly the first thing Joe said was correct, of how it can be misappropriated and misused. But it was a policy of the Democratic administration.
It would be.
All right, this is what I was saying in response to that. First of all, I think that's it's almost like a if they were to do that, it'd be like a backhanded thing. You know what I'm saying? Because literally every other group of people that had something happen to them they got money for it. Period. You know what I'm saying? Like the Native Americans money, the Jewish people money, the was it Koreans or Japanese, whatever, and they only did 10 years money, and they were in internment camps, they weren't even killed, you know what I'm saying? But black people in literal slavery for hundreds of years, bro, and you're telling me that you're trying to just give us free school? I get what you're saying. What if What if the nigga not smart? What if they're retarded, bro? Like I'm being serious. Like I'm not even.
The actual point here is to make them grow. Okay, give them enough tools so that.
What if they can't? What if they can't?
Okay, they should try, right? You cannot always be a victim.
Brother, the fact that you're from the country that
Exactly,
I'm trying not to crash, bro.
And they gave me the opportunity, and I took it. Okay.
Yes, that's because you were capable, bro.
Hold on, we can't pass that up. This man wipes his ass with his hand and he said, "Don't be a victim."
Yo, Amar, one question. Do you have a nice job
Wipe with
now?
our hands so be it. Okay, it's fine. Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, you know what government gave me? Government gave me 15 grand for study for free.
Hey, Amar, quick question. If somebody asks, and maybe you don't have a sister, but asks your sister to get married and she doesn't like that person, can she say no, or do your parents get to decide?
Okay, my sister actually did a love marriage, which is very that's common. Okay, so it depends on the family. Okay.
Yeah,
So
can she say no?
what if those benefits that you got were given privately? They were given in a capitalist way as opposed to a socialist way, so that you work for a company and the company pays for your education. And
Okay, that's
you're a little more, and you're incentivized by the company.
I think it's funny that a Jewish
I'll
person.
tell you how that works. I'll tell you how that works. Okay, so the government is funding startups. Okay, without tax, without. Okay, if you want to start a community, start a business. Okay, for 3 years. Okay, you don't have to pay tax. That's what they give you. You have tax.
America does it for y'all too.
How do you handle diarrhea?
Diarrhea. We have three hospitals. We have 3 hospitals. You don't have to pay anything to get medication.
No, I'm talking about how do you handle wiping it?
We wipe it and we wash it with soap.
Alright, fun. Yeah, if you don't take a bath after diarrhea, then
Yeah, we wipe it and we wash it with soap. Okay.
Stop being victim, damn it.
You guys wipe it with toilet paper and you don't wash this as.
Can we start a campaign of charity to send toilet paper to India, please? Like, let's start donating every roll you buy, send one to India.
Guys, you spray perfume there, right?
We spray perfume after
Not now, I think we send like just cases of those white.
We use essential oils, Amar. It's essential oils.
they'll fuck around and start eating that shit or something.
Like a little bit of, yeah.
But I prefer, okay, using toilet paper and washing with a gun at the
Do
same
you have a spray gun, like a spray, you have the spray gun by the toilet, right?
Yes.
Yeah, in India, when you go to the toilet, they have those spray guns. They have them in the Arab countries too.
Not everywhere. Though. Not everywhere.
Like a hose with a spray.
Like Japan, I think.
Japan is like it's like the PhD of toilets. I mean, that's the Toto. That's a whole other. They figured it out.
If you go into a train, guys, if you go into a train in India, you can find 2 types of toilets. Okay, one is the Indian toilet, one is the European toilet. Okay, you can find both them, and you have a spray gun, one with a spray gun and one with a squat one.
Which hand do you use to wipe? Which hand? Use your right hand to wipe and your left hand to shake and eat?
We use the left hand to wipe and we use the left hand to wipe and right hand to eat.
If there's a spray gun, why are you using your hand? Like what?
Okay, I'll tell you why. We use spray gun with our hand. We use spray. Okay, even if you spray gun, the shit will not leave. Okay?
You got it, big dog.
Okay, try using a spray gun and you can still feel shit there. Okay?
Can we get out of his bathroom? Yeah, for real. No, but back to what we were saying. I feel like
just giving free school. I don't think that's fair, bro. Not everybody is smart enough to go to school. You know what I'm saying?
Guys, if you study, I feel everyone is smart enough to study.
That's
If you
not
listen,
true.
if you listen in the class, okay, if you
That's not true.
if you
What
listen
about
to what,
people with Down syndrome, bro?
okay, Down syndrome, okay, we give the special
They
schools
study
for
too,
them,
bro.
okay, the people who are autistic, or we give the special good schools for them, that
Was the idea I had. They should get special schools.
What about the
Yeah, I ain't trying to hear that shit, bro. I mean, we pay reparations to Jewish people, and we
don't get reparations. Holocaust survivors that were the actual survivors got money from Germany and got money from France and from
America.
and
you need to understand to bring up a community.
I don't need to understand anything.
Okay, you guys need to
we
understand.
about 20 is still living that needed money for health care. That's it. That was it. No, we don't receive reparations. And by the way, my grandparents were pogromed. Maybe I should get reparations from Ukraine for what they did to my grandparents, and they were forced out because they had pogroms. Do you think we should be able to get that for what we suffered?
What's pogrom? What's that?
You don't know what the word pogrom?
No.
It's
Guys, what I'm trying to say is you cannot bring up.
Let her finish, bro. Why do you keep interrupting? What is
What
pogrom?
I'm saying is you cannot bring up a community by giving free money. Okay, you have to bring up that community by giving them good jobs and good education. Okay, so that they can support themselves.
What is pogroms?
it was organized attacks and massacres to the community, either killing them or beating them or
They definitely should go off some money.
and that, did you ever, I mean, I don't want to sound really trite, I'm trying to think of something that would be very known. Did you ever hear of the show? It was also a movie, Fiddler on the Roof. Do you know that? Did you ever hear of that?
No, man.
Okay, so it's a Broadway show. So the storyline is that the family had to flee. They had to leave the shtetls and the villages in these places because they were being pogromed. They were being attacked. My point is, it's happened in different cultures in different places. And for my grandparents' generation and their parents, they had to flee, and they came to America at the turn of the century.
Yes.
But so maybe I should be going back to the Ukrainian government or the Russian government to get.
Yeah, they should come up off that.
Yeah, they should, right? And Putin's got enough money.
You're talking about 2 generations. I'm talking about 400 years.
It's many generations of what they suffered there. The Tsarist Russia and the Tsarist Russia, many generations.
What about the Bolsheviks?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, the Bolsheviks, that's who did it.
That did not happen to Jewish. Are you serious? Wait,
It did not happen.
Are you claiming the Bolshevik happened to the Jewish people?
Oh my God, yes, I am absolutely claiming.
Hey, yo. I ain't
Yeah.
gonna lie.
Cossacks.
You're an evil person.
Yeah, it was Prussia and it was the Cossacks.
It's the Cossacks. Cossacks.
You're an evil person, bro.
I'm an evil person because my grandparents had to flee
That was
Odessa
the
and
Jewish people killing Christians. What are you talking about?
The Khmelnytsky massacres, the 17th century, was that a Jewish problem or a Polish-Lithuanian
You said
problem?
what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear
I don't know how to, no, it's not you, can't pronounce it, but the most famous pogrom is probably the Khmelnytsky massacres. It was basically around 1700. That's the most, so if you have heard any pogrom, you've heard of that. If you haven't, but it's probably the most important. When the Cossack forces under Khmelnytsky killed tens of thousands of people. So that's the sort of the origin story of pogroms there. And was that against Russians in general, or Ukrainians in general, or did it target certain kinds of people? I just think that if we're talking about parts of the world we don't know, it's just impossible to go through a lot of history. But pogrom it's true, happens all over the world. But the reason the mass migrations of Jews, whether people like it or not, to the United States happened from the Ukraine or from Poland or from Russia, all the Ashkenazis, people me like or me not like, is a response to pogroms like in 1881 to 1884, the Russian pogroms throughout Ukraine and Poland after the assassination of Tsar Alexander was widespread destruction, murder, and rape, which in large measure had the U.S. open its borders. No repatriation, no money, but open its borders. And if you look at how and why Jews, whether you like them or not, Ashkenazim, ended up here, it was probably because they were escaping pogroms. You may like that or not like that, but that's why they're here. If anyone disagrees, I'm happy to listen, but that's why Ashkenazim ended up here.
No, I think you should lobby for it, and I think both of these ideas or concepts can exist in the same space. Definitely lobby for that.
I never thought to lobby for it, although
I'm gonna go back to Ukraine and Poland. I'm loving that.
yeah,
Use it as a tit for tat.
they're a little busy right now.
Reparations can't exist.
I don't know, but my reparations could be useful right now.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
so-
support you in it.
So.
I'll support you too, honestly. We want to rethink this, and we want to rethink generation or 2 or 3 or 4 removed that has epigenetically impacted us and financially. I'm actually open to like a worldwide conversation of who owes who, complete with genetic testing, because people shouldn't just be getting it because of their skin color or what they practice. Let's just do it. I'm in.
Jewish people owe black people as well, because majority of the slavers were
The
Jewish.
majority of the slavers.
You know, there weren't enough Jews here.
What
There weren't enough Jews. What year are you talking about? This is before the
What was Christopher Columbus?
Listen, just let me. But there certainly were
You
Jewish
ask the
people
people in South Philly, very Italian.
Oh,
We got statues, they got everything
Christopher
named
Columbus was
after
Italian?
him. Very Italian. They even got a day on the calendar named after him.
Was Christopher Columbus his original name?
I don't know, why don't you ask his family?
Why don't you do some research?
Well, I just want to know if the people.
I don't believe in conspiracy.
It's not a conspiracy, it's history. You just don't know it.
I
It's
do
not a
know it.
conspiracy,
I
just
do
that
know
How
it.
many Jews were in? Come on, guys. Let's be real. How many Jews were in the United States in 1800? Approximately. Anyone know?
Christopher Columbus was
Answer the
Jewish.
question, King. How many Jews were in the United States in
Oh my
1800?
goodness.
Yeah, how many Jews in the entire
Christopher
United
Columbus
States?
was Jewish. I have no
Okay,
idea.
well, he was long dead. In 1492 is when he was around and functioning. I'm talking about 1800, which I think, according to all of us, not a good time for enslavement, like a pretty dark time. How many Jews were in the United States in 1800 in total?
A lot.
Go ahead, give me the number. It's
I have no idea. Google it.
I know what the number is because I know the history of the South. I'm from the South.
I don't know, less than 200,000?
Certainly, keep on going.
Less than 200?
Nope, it's about 2,000.
Hold on.
Total, that includes kids.
I was gonna say,
Yeah, that includes kids.
I was gonna
So
say.
being majority slave owners, there weren't enough people. And that includes the Northerners and the kids.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
And this is such a pet peeve of
Per
mine.
like this. Per capita, Jewish people owned more slaves than any other race.
How many slave owners were there in 1800 that were Jewish? How many?
I have no idea.
That's what I'm saying. Like, let's just talk facts. No, you can't do that, right? Like, either it's true or it's not true. But I'm totally open to have a conversation with parts of it that are true, because it's real and that's fair. Lots of founding fathers were slave owners, right?
I
Let's do it.
genuinely am not gonna Google it, but if you really want to know the truth, just Google it.
Well,
Yeah,
from Thomas Jefferson's family then? I mean, like, you know, where do you want to start?
What is your fascination with Jews? I really want to know.
You said what?
What is your fascination with Jews?
I am not fascinated by
I
it.
really want to know.
I mean, I just know history, brother.
Yeah, because you studied
I'm not
it.
just talking to you in particular, but I just feel like a lot of people on this app is really fascinated with Jews and Israel. Like, what's the fascination?
There's only so much evil you can do before people look at it, bro. Like, I'm confused.
It's like penis envy, only it's forced envy.
It's crazy, isn't it? I mean, you just heard a fact of how many. Timothy, it's just an obsession, and it's a scapegoat, and it's someone to blame. That's what it comes down to. I mean, the slave conversation is a good example of it. There were 2,000 living in the entire nation, including the North and including children. And the dude makes a comment that we were the majority of the owners. And then we asked the question, so how many owners were there in total? I mean, there's no logic in what he's, but this is the kind of stuff we have to deal with. And as a result of what you hear on social media, I'm going to finish my point now. As a result, people get harmed. People go out with anger, and they have anger towards our community, and they pick up the phone and they do death threats, and they come and show up at our temples, and they do mean things to people just because of their ethnicity. And if we don't stop it when it grows like a cancer, like you're hearing here, where people who are sitting in the audience or sitting on the stage hear lies that then manifest and harm us, then if we don't cut it here and stop it, it's just going to grow. And it grew in Germany, and you saw what happened. It's grown in other cultures, and here you go again. And we have to, if it means coming up with the actual facts and trying to educate and teaching what a pogrom is, then we'll do that. But you just got to stop, because you don't understand that it turns into actual harm. And the statistics, the cases are there. Every fucking day, there's another attack. There's several phone calls. There's threats. It's why we can't go into our schools and into our houses of worship without armed guards there because of this crap. And it's just gotta stop. Thank you, Timothy, for letting me say.
So do you think it's on the same magnitude as the black community, or more?
Our hate crimes are now higher statistically.
No, let's take New York City. Hate crimes in New York City, 70% against Jews. Any blacks want to give us what the percentage was against blacks?
I mean, you want me to be honest?
No,
You can look it up. Mamdani released it. Mamdani released
the numbers.
He just released the number. You can look it up. It's nothing to do with me. Look it up.
It just got released. It's at an epic level. And that's why we have issues of what's happening also with the mayor in New York and the stuff that he's saying. It's feeding blood libels. You're hearing blood libels on the stage. And then it turns into harm. Actual physical harm. And our children and our grandchildren have to go to pray with armed guards around them. And we have to train our congregants what to do with the event of active shooters and harm coming into our buildings because of this kind of crap. And it's the same thing for the black community. Now I'm learning it's the same thing for the Jesuit community. You just can't do it. It's wrong. And it harms people. And if you don't understand that as a minority group, like, I don't know who else
I
will
definitely do what
understand
you're
it.
saying.
Yeah,
but,
so think about
hear
it.
people say Jewish fatigue. I be hearing black fatigue though.
Okay, well, let's look by religion, because, I mean, you can look at New York City. It's got a lot of Jews in it, right? If you look at the entire number of each, look at the data. I'm reading it here. Religion-based hate crimes is the most recent data from the New York State Division of Criminal Justice Services, updated June 2026. So, okay, a month ago. And it was reporting for 2024, it's the last year of full data. Okay, there are 405 incidents against Jews. How many do you think of the 405 incidents were against Jews?
Who cares?
Okay, you don't care. 343 of the 405 incidents were against Jews. If that doesn't impact you, okay, there's nothing more to say. But again, I'm going to say it again. Of the 405 incidents, 343 were against Jews. Against Muslims, 42. Okay.
Just the same argument, what I said, also affects the Muslim community. It's harmful. It's just really harmful. And they're tropes. And they to the black community, the Muslim community, now the Jesuit community. It just is wrong.
The Goys are fighting back. Yeah, no, I mean.
No, hold on, King. Your behavior, like in your disregard to what is being read, is very reminiscent reminiscent of who was the guy they just put in jail for murder? He killed Austin Metcalf. Showed no remorse, had no care about this at all. And maybe this is why like people don't take the reparation conversation.
I mean, I genuinely could give a fuck if you do or don't. I'm gonna be okay regardless.
Hold on, I gotta step in. No, that's not true. He didn't show no remorse. Okay, he was suffering from epileptic seizures the entire trial. People that were inside were talking about how he was sitting there and shaking. He had to focus. He put his head down when what the hunter asked him to look at him in his face. He did lift his eyes and he did look him in the face. He also didn't have an opportunity to testify, to also say his side, or to give an apology. He couldn't do any of that. Okay, so I don't talk about Carmelo Anthony. Free Carmelo Anthony, that's first of all. Oh, and so a couple other things I wanted to say. Now that
He answered your letter yet in prison? Wait, he had an opportunity to testify. He chose not to.
No, that's not true. That's why, that's the grounds of what they're... William, exactly. Look at the new motion that was just released for a new trial. The basis is of a situation, a handshake stuff with the prosecution of basically his opportunity to testify. Prosecution changed the deal and manipulated the deal when Carmelo Anthony wanted to testify.
So his lawyers were incompetent, is what you're saying.
Well, yes, and also
lawyers, those
that's
lawyers
correct.
made choices. You have to testify.
Yes, and sometimes that happens.
Allow them to testify.
Right, and
He should have stabbed the white boy.
Wait a second. Sometimes that does happen. And the judge, there was even a transcript of this, of the judge saying that he had not seen anything like it, quote, before, when referring to how his defense attorney was working with the prosecution and the things that they were doing, saying because they had a history together. I don't know if you know that, but they actually, years ago, they worked at the same office. But anyway, I don't want to get this. I don't want to make this into a Carmelo Anthony case.
Something about this. If there was a conflict of it, why didn't he step in and say, "Hey, this isn't right"?
Well,
He was worried about being in front of the TV, the camera,
that's a good
shit.
question. Who
why.
knows? Who knows? But this was it. It doesn't matter. But anyway, I wanted to say something else. So King, I do hope that you understand, or because I think you've been very receptive to everything that he said. The collectivism idea, right? That's a big problem with me. I hate when people throw a group, like one person or two person, us as individuals, into like this big group and then condemn the entire group. And I think that's what is, it's literally the worst disease on this planet today, is grouping individuals. You as an individual know that there is no group, King, that you can think of right now of a group of people that exist. If you got to pick them, that you could say everybody in that group is going to represent my thoughts even 50% of the time. It's just not true. You're an individual. You have all your own thoughts about all your wonderful different things. That's what's so fascinating. That's what's so fascinating and wonderful about being human. So we have to strip the collectivist idea. Okay. Yes, there are stereotypes. We can talk about stereotypes. We can talk about other things. But mostly, we have to remember that we're individuals first. And what type of people commit crimes? Individuals. Individual people commit crimes. And so when we're referring to these conversations, and I've heard this a couple times throughout the night, where it's like, white people owe this. Or it's like, well, hold on a second, okay? No person on this stage, I'm going to assume, is going to be owing anybody else anything. You said Abby was evil based on a history, her ancestor, or not even an ancestor, but some sort of lineage, right? But some sort of lineage. But that's the thing. It doesn't matter if her father was a serial killer. Okay, that doesn't make Abby anything except Abby. Abby has her own mind, her own whatever.
No, I said she was evil because she said the Bolshevik slaughter happened to Jewish people when it didn't. That's why I said she was evil. She's lying.
Well, that's okay. That's historical.
I said it was Cossacks. I got the wrong term.
So she corrected. So
I corrected it.
You could redact that then. So yeah, just the whole white people owe this. Like, no, what it is a society today. That's what we're looking at when we're talking about reparations. And the goal is to make sure that we uplift all of our family and to get everybody on the same page. So we all want to look and to say, hey, look, this is our American family. We understand that there's history that we have no responsibility for. Now, I have no responsibility for what people did in the past. None, zero. Neither do you, Kay. Now, does anybody have responsibility? No, 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 no.
The only pushback I have on that is that people have inherited money from that situation.
Okay, and still, and yet, and that is part of the society, right? But still, that doesn't mean that they've done any harm or wrong at all. People could, and you would have to look and analyze their life and what did they do. Okay, look, so there have been, hold on, one other thing. Somebody brought up, I really got frustrated about this argument. Somebody brought up the Anthony Johnson thing the other day, but then I started looking at the numbers. I thought that was interesting. Somebody made some really, I didn't like the argumentation, but this was the thing, and we were just talking about this with the numbers. So if you look at like, I had chose the 1860 census, and we looked at how many white people existed, and it was about 27 million, right? And then we looked at how many Black Americans were Africans, however you want to put it, that were inside of the United States at the time, and it was, hold on, don't go anywhere. Free Black was 488,000, enslaved was 4 million. Okay, so now this is the interesting part. If we take that same, we look at the census and we look at the recorded slaveholders.
Ava, could you just repeat that? Can you repeat the numbers? I'm sorry, it was a little fast. Just repeat it. It sounds important.
Sure. For the 1860 U.S. Census, there's about 27 million white people, free Blacks, 488,000, enslaved Blacks, 4 million. Okay. And so
why do you leave out the number of how many Blacks enslaved Blacks? It's like 3,000 or 4,000 Black slave owners. Isn't that important? Or how many?
No, not
of your number. How many owners how many white were owners of slaves?
Okay, and so I'm getting there. I am getting there. So, okay. So the Black owner, Black slave, that was trash. They said that there is such a small percentage, like 0.00 something, okay, of a percentage of Black lives. It was very rare in 1860. 1600s. And says, okay, well then you could get the data, and there's any time that you want to provide any data, you could, whatever, that's fine.
Okay.
But I'm going off of the 1860 census, okay? So, and now we're gonna go with the enslaved Black people. Now this is what's interesting, okay? Of the enslaved Black people, there was only 394,000 slaveholders. So about 400,000 white, wealthy Americans owned a group of almost 4 million 400 million slaves. So we're talking, if we look at 400,000, we're talking 400,000 individuals, 400,000. Well, it's either 400,000 individuals own slaves. That's what the census, the 1860 census said, okay? Or slaveholding, it would be considered one individual or a slaveholding household, okay? So that could potentially change it, but that's what we're talking about. So it was concentrated among wealthy white Southerners, and we're talking about 1.5% of the white population in the United States owned slaves in 1860. Now the problem is, though, now we could we'll accept that and concede that there's a very small percentage of white Americans that were owning slaves. However, we have to remember that out of the 45, right, approximately 45, 4,500,000 a black population, the large majority, 90% of them were enslaved, 90 upward of 90 something percent. I mean, like I rounded up with some of the numbers because I didn't want to read out each little number, 3 million. But the point is that the large, most Black Americans that were in the United States largely were enslaved, and so that is the upward battle that we had to understand of what we're facing with the whole racist lens. So even though it was a small percentage, that's what the rest of the country saw, that these people were here and they're here because they were slaves. And then that's, we take it from, slave codes and all the other shit that came after that. Legislation courts, all of this controlled by white men, made it very difficult for our Black American family to assimilate in a way once they were even free. That meant anything that was worthy of, just being humans, dehumanized and degraded and whatever else. So, that's what we're fighting for today. This is what reparations, I feel, would do for us today, is to help bridge or to help heal a lot of these extra bits of harm, because we've come so far. We've gotten the racism out of our legislation. That's a huge step, right? We're really glad about that. We have some de facto situations. We have the structural racism that we still have to, we got rid of the institutional. We still got some personal racists running around. Fuck them. That's fine. Tell me who you are. And then we take care of them like we do, Chud the Builder, making him go crazy, right? Get people fired. Excellent. Love it. Accountability. And then we continue to build. And I feel that if, as an American society, if we could stop having these conversations about what people owe and who did the harm, and we look at it as, look, this is what history did, and so now it's our responsibility as individuals to just help get our society together so we're all happy. So that's it. Okay, we're gonna take a vote. Everybody's gonna we're gonna vote, and that's it. Excellent. That's the election.
I put the numbers in the chat. It says 3,700 off of the 1836. It's the numbers are in the chat.
3,700 black people on slave?
Correct. About 12,000 total slaves owned by blacks.
So that's a big jump from 1830 to 1860.
Yeah, I mean, that's not surprising.
Which just got worse and worse.
Why don't we just offer them free education and government jobs like they do in it?
No,
Because I just told you, there's black people who aren't smart, and I shouldn't have to die for Israel. That's why. Just for me to become.
Yeah, but that's not.
I'm not a very good example. I'm not a very good example because, like, I don't know. But I'm saying there are people who aren't smart, and they're like, I shouldn't have to work for the government just for me to do something. You know what I'm saying? That's ridiculous.
I don't think that you need to, I don't think that that's where the biggest harm exists right now. I think the biggest harm is in the silent things that people still argue about, right? I don't think, King, you need help getting a job. I don't think you need help being wealthy or getting rich or owning property. I don't think you need help with any of those things. So, well then, Bima, what is reparations for? Reparations is to bring awareness to the situations that we still have within our justice system, the prison to school, the school to prison pipeline, all of these medical discrepancies, where it should be the correlation of pollution and polluted areas with specific communities. These are the types of things that I want to focus on and to help us fix. And we should all want to do that no matter what, because this is our family and history fucked it up. So
look, and I'll say this too, bro. If there was a injection of money into the black community, maybe niggas would stop niggaing. Like, hey, y'all, y'all know what I mean, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like white people like to say niggas be chipping out. But maybe if niggas didn't feel so on the edge and feeling like it's do or die all the time, like niggas would chill out, bro. But when you're in a constant state of fight or flight, like, you know.
Okay, so if we gave you, if the money showed up once, you you think that 10 years later everybody would be in good shape?
No,
you
not at all.
Okay.
No.
And do you think that people would, that if someone had Down syndrome and they got money, you don't think that someone else would fleece the money away from them?
I think, I mean, to be honest, I really don't think I'm not gonna sound like an advocate, but I don't think it'll really do shit. I think a lot of niggas will blow that shit. A lot of niggas will do some just, dumbass shit with it. Like, there's no reason why black people are nowhere near the wealth per capita, but spend the most money. That's idiotic. You get what I'm saying? So, like, I mean, I feel like it would help, like, certain get on their feet, and that's probably what we need it for. It's because, like, not everybody, just because of, your parents are poor as hell, that you should be under the thumb. You get what I'm saying? And, like, some people would do right by the money, and some people would invest in property. Some people would get houses. Like, you know what I'm saying? People would invest it. But I think there are obviously going to be a lot of people who would do dumbass shit with it. You know what I'm saying? But I do believe that we are over that period. And I'm not saying I'm not pointing fingers necessarily. I could genuinely give a fuck less. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying for America to pay, literally pay everybody but black people, even though we endured it the longest and we helped literally build America, that's fucked. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all I'm saying, bro. And then the argument of the school, like I said, it's kind of like a back end. Hey, you gotta go to school if you want to get what's owed to you. That's fucking ridiculous. Like that doesn't even.
Europe too, not just United States. So
Yeah.
you really gotta follow the money, and just spend time following the money. Where the shit money went to, what banks, from the British traders, Royal African Company, which European nations made up in the hundreds of millions, and they have all that at the African American Museum in Washington D.C. So they did all that math, and so really just follow the money. I like the idea of the school because it still keeps it competitive in a capitalistic society, and not just
that's not fair.
Like the stipends that come consistently as you do well in school. I like that idea. And that doesn't have to be the only idea. It could be the package with other ideas.
I think that's a fucking terrible idea.
Hold on, King. Look, stupid question. If descendants of chattel slavery were the ones to be in line to receive reparations, wouldn't the descendants of the slave owners be the ones that would have to pay it? And what would you do with the descendants of chattel slavery that share the same bloodlines as the slave owners?
Okay. Just because you didn't necessarily own slaves doesn't mean that you didn't benefit from a system in which that we were considered 3/5 of a person. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but what about the people that their families had only come here in the 20th century? I mean, Bima on stage here, she's only, what did you say, second generation American? Like, clearly her family had.
But they didn't
Where is she from?
They still didn't have equal rights.
My family came after slavery.
Yeah, so how are you going to sort all the white people out that weren't here in the last 75 years? I mean, they don't have.
I'll put it like this. Maybe we quit giving billions of dollars to bullshit, and you know exactly what I'm saying. And maybe we help out our own country first. That's all I'm saying.
It's very simple. Very straight to the point.
Like I'm not proposing anything fucking insane, bro. You know what I'm saying?
What was the budget for reparations again? How many trillion? Was it trillions?
Yeah, I think it's.
What's the number?
You have to Google it. But I think it's like $3 or $5 trillion.
So how are you going to fund $3 trillion?
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm asking $3 trillion.
Print it out of thin air like they do. What do you mean?
I mean, look, we send money just for the fucking wars that are a waste of time. So I mean,
The Pentagon literally lost $1 trillion unaccounted for.
William, are you the person who put up this 1830 study? William, are you still there?
What do y'all mean? How are we gonna come up with the money?
Well,
so
just
we
looking at
have
the math
the
here,
money
and
for
it's a little funny.
we have money for Israel and shit.
Yeah, Israel's
we have money for Americans.
3.5 billion that's spent back in the United States.
But you just
So
said,
you just said
hold
trillion.
on. You just said where we gonna come
So
up
what
with
percentage
the money?
of the?
No, I heard you correctly. You said where are we gonna come up with the money?
Yeah, where are you gonna come up with the money?
So we have money to go to war for Israel.
You're not going to war for Israel. You're going to war for the United States. But even if you took it, the defense. So do you say take all the money?
Abby, let me finish. I don't want to mute you. That's out of state. That don't got shit to do with us. We got involved, but nonetheless, if we have money for that, you don't think we can't come up with the money for in-country problems?
Don't we have a deficit? What's our deficit?
Ignore the Israel thing. It's just another couple of defense budgets that are being proposed. So instead of having one defense budget, we could have triple the defense budget in 1 year, and then you could pay it off. I mean, assuming that you think you print money without any repercussions for inflation, which
I mean, it's just funny that we say,
We would have no
where are we gonna
defense
get
budget
the money
whatsoever.
from? But we do all these things for everybody else. But then when it comes to issues in the United States, it's where are we gonna get the money from?
you just tripled the defense budget, proposed defense budget.
That's weird.
Yeah, so we should have no defense budget. We should have no Army, Navy, Marine Corps. No, nothing. Just take it all.
We shouldn't be having our troops, any of our military going towards Israel or other.
We have never had troops in Israel, by the way, and nor have we ever had boots on the ground ever in Israel. They fight their own battles. So can we not go back to the Jews in Israel? I asked, should we have no defense? Should we have no defense department or a Department of War? Like, should that go away? We have no defense of our nation on any shores, anywhere.
Israel is not our nation. They're a separate nation.
I just said, should our country have no defense budget at all?
No, they should.
3.5 billion, which by the way, is spent in the United States, is like a toenail compared to, you just said, $3 trillion. So what's our full foreign aid package? Someone know the number, the percentage of foreign aid out of our annual budget in the United States? Because I don't think the foreign aid is even remotely, it's got to be a couple percent, if all, at all, maybe.
Billions of dollars over
How much is our foreign aid from the entire world out of our national
Well, it says
budget?
just for Israel, I looked it up, it says
It's
21.7 billion, or 21.7 billion.
It isn't. It's it just went through Congress. It's 3.5 billion, and
In the 2 years since October 7th, this 2020.
yeah, yearly it's 3.5, and it's spent in the United States. I repeat, it is spent on purchasing.
You lie very easily.
I am not lying. You can.
People say that. Why does it matter if it's spent back in the U.S.?
Because that's the deal that they
That's a
made,
lie.
that it's spent on defense. It helps our defense industry. It's spent on weaponry and it's spent on defense purchases in the United
Yeah,
States.
but we're still giving up.
That's
I
a lie.
understand that. And Beaver, please tell me what percent is all the foreign aid, how much we give to Egypt, to Jordan, to African countries, all the foreign aid we give, what percentage of our...
I hear people say that it's like, we make them spend it back.
We do make them because it helps our defense industry. But Israel doesn't, but by the way, and I can't believe we're back on the Jewish issue, but you're just going to have to hear this. They don't even care. It's such a minor part of their defense budget. The 3.5, if it goes away, it will not affect them.
That man just told you it was 21 billion.
It is not 21 billion, it's 3.5 billion a year. Go look at what our foreign aid budget is yearly. It's published. It is.
Yeah, this year.
Yes, every tax year.
So what about the past 2 years?
What do we spend? 150 a year. Look it up.
No, that is a lie.
What's our
billion this year.
What do we spend on foreign aid? What percent of our national spending for the year is foreign aid? I'm going to say.
What about the other? Which of those other?
Country, for the whole world, for all of Africa.
That could be an Uber Eats gift card for all the black folks in America.
Yeah, all of our foreign aid to every country in the world, all of the continent of Africa, add it all up, all of developing nations, how much we spend of our national budget is foreign aid. I'm going to say it's probably less than 5%, 3%.
But don't forget that we pay Jordan a sum of money to host Palestinian refugees for real.
In camps,
and we a significant amount of money to Egypt.
Egypt doesn't have it. Egypt won't let them in, sweetie. It won't let them in. And that's not what they're taking. That's not what they're paying. That's not what it's going for. And that's not what it's going for.
People in the USA,
Who'd you talk to in the USA? Egypt won't let them in. Egypt doesn't want them. They're not in Egypt. There's no camps in Egypt. What are you talking about? Our foreign aid to all of Africa, to all of Asia, to all of our foreign aid. What percentage of our spending? My God, I asked a question. Does anyone have what percent of our national spending is foreign aid? And I am making the proposition.
What about those other countries are constantly at war with everyone around them?
So if you cut all the foreign aid that we give to the world yearly, you asked for $3 trillion. How much a year are you expecting in reparations? How much yearly? What's the number? Is it $3 trillion a year? What's the number?
I think that's some study did something. I think.
Yeah, what you guys are like the $100,000-$200,000 per person of what 40 million people in the, that would destroy our economy.
Thank you.
What?
Okay, but she's.
However,
oh my goodness.
6.7576. Our federal government spends about 7 trillion total, right?
However,
I mean, I can understand their gripe about. Now, I'm not talking about Israel. Anything that we spend money on. I can understand Timothy saying, "Well, we come up with this for Ukraine, this for this, this for that." Now, if you did that and you took some of that money and you said this is reparations, it would be peanuts in your pocket, though. I mean, you wouldn't be happy.
That's why it shouldn't just be the U.S. It shouldn't just be the U.S. They should get together with all the European nations. And come up with a certain amount.
So once again, what do we spend our money on in the U.S.? You know what our biggest nut is? Our biggest expense?
Welfare.
It's welfare, Social Security. What's our biggest number?
Yeah,
What's it, like 40%? Yeah, what is it? Something like that?
I don't mind paying taxes for that. I don't mind paying taxes
That's
for
about
that.
half of our spending, just a little under half of our spending. But again, the total foreign aid is 1% of our budget.
Thank you. I was wrong. I knew it was less than 5. It's 1%.
It's 1%. It's 1%.
I don't care. I shouldn't have to pay taxes for you to bomb kids.
Yeah, you shouldn't pay taxes for Egypt and Jordan and all of Africa.
Kids.
Should we pay taxes for all the African countries
kids.
for places that are taking Christians?
They don't bomb kids.
They're not bombing in the African nations. What they're doing to the Christians? You think that you don't think that's happening?
I think that it's illegitimate. I think kings, I hate to admit it, but I do.
1%. Israel doesn't take Israel out of the equation. They already said they don't care about the aid.
Yes.
So forget Israel. Okay?
It may well go away.
Together is 1% of our budget. The whole world, all the money we give out is 1%.
How did you on? Wait.
Why can't you do the math?
No,
You said you had a semester in college.
6.75
You do the
trillion.
math on
Wait,
that.
if it's 1%, then why are we sending them our fucking money?
Okay, again, the money has to be spent.
It has to be spent in the U.S. on U.S. defense.
But that, again, that doesn't mean anything.
But they already said they didn't want it, Beaver, so it's not an issue. So how about if you talk about Egypt? Why are we sending
Now, they
Pakistan
don't
money?
want it now.
Why are we sending Pakistan
They've
money?
been getting billions of
Why are we
dollars for
sending Africa
multiple
money?
years, for 20, 30 years.
Well,
What,
I
like,
think
more than that.
some country
An
money
ally.
because we need them.
Well, they have an ally with the
Because
U.S.
we need
The U.S.
Ethiopia to
has
defend
liberty.
us in Africa. We send other countries other Arab countries money because we need bases in their countries. We're tactical about where we send our money. It's not all humanitarian, right? It's not like we're just giving out money to the poorest countries. If you look at the top countries where we send money, it's Israel, Ukraine, Jordan, Egypt, Ethiopia, Afghanistan, Somalia, and Yemen. And I guess Nigeria is there somewhere. But if you look why, you can see where we have bases. You can see where we need, like the entire Air Force of Ethiopia was basically built up by the United States with the help of Israel. Why is that? Do we just love Ethiopia so much? No, we actually need the tactical support of
Call
Ethiopia.
that out of the equation. It's 1%. Where are you getting $3 trillion? Where's it coming from? T.
If we wouldn't give me 20 billion,
Did you
20 billion a year for the last 30 years, we would have had it.
And that's your thumbnail, not even of the annual budget. So again, maybe there's other waste. Maybe there's other You're not understanding the numbers. Trillion.
Yeah.
Okay? Do you understand 1%? 1% is the whole world. All the money we give, all the foreign aid is 1%.
It's not that 1% will only go towards America. It doesn't go towards the world.
Okay, so
How do you suggest that the United States is
I don't
not based
care.
there? Okay,
Just
so you're big.
I believe Beaver is in the middle of talking.
Well, thank you, sir. I was just gonna say, even if you got that money, I think all the leading economists in the world would tell you if each black person got $200,000 check, I think they would say it would probably end up being worth like nothing because it would destroy. I don't think it would fully destroy our economy, but it would like totally fuck with the economy, and it may not be worth. It may not even have any value at that point. I don't know, because that's a ton. That's $3 trillion in what's our annual budget. I mean, I think that would cripple our economy.
I think it's
Everybody would get taxed.
Hold on. I think Lolly, if that's your name, you asked the question of, well, what would be the solution? Beyond reasonable doubt, I support reparations, and I've declared it many times for years on this app. So I'd like to propose my solution. It wasn't mine, I didn't think it up, but I'd like to propose what I support. And yeah, okay, so I already know that reparations has been sold many times for political purposes, largely to use black folks for their votes, and it has been. And I would like the Republican Party to finish the promise that they suggested, which a Democrat nixed and didn't allow to happen, which was to award 40 acres to descendants of chattel slavery. We should throw in a mule, to be kind. And I think we have enough. If you look at the math, roughly about 28% of the country is owned by the federal government. Now, I wouldn't want to give up all of it, and I think you can fit most of it. There's a lot of places in Abby, you would know.
87% of my state is owned by the federal government. Please,
That's right.
some of it.
And guess what's underneath the ground? What is underneath the ground is natural gas, energy. And the damn Democrats play this game every time they get in power, is that they pull the permits from drilling on federal land.
Okay, I was just reading.
Hold on, let me finish. Dude, let me finish. Let me finish. If the Republicans were clever enough, we could offer at least a 10-year span before descendants of chattel slavery were to sell their share, that they would get a share of that land where energy companies could go in and then drill and extract energy from there and be paid a part of that stipend, kind of like what they do for residents in Alaska, what they do for some of the residents in certain parts of Pennsylvania, and then we could win over the Black American vote and the Democrat. I mean, it would crush the Democrats in their support.
Okay, so the only reason why I don't like.
King, I gotta overrule you. You've been talking a lot. So there's 6,000 to 9,000 of approved but unused oil and gas drilling permits on federal lands. Okay, so to claim that the federal lands are not being permitted as oil and gas drilling is completely incorrect, because those 6,000 to 9,000 approved gas permits would be used if there was actually if it was financially rewarding.
Yeah, and that's what I was about to say. So basically, you're saying the only way we would get reparations is if y'all can make money on it too. Like, that's ridiculous.
Well, and the rest of the country gets cheaper energy. So no, what I'm talking about are areas right now that are not being drilled on. Look, America is the natural gas king of the world. And we have this wealth of resources that we can tap into. And I don't think it would be a problem that descendants of chattel slavery were to be paid in the name of reparations. Part of that stipend, and they could not sell their share for at least 10 years, and then after 10 years, they could sell their part back to the energy company, or they could keep holding on to it. But it would be like a form of corporate welfare to a certain degree, and all Americans would be able to benefit from cheap energy.
Yeah.
I don't see what's wrong. Why can't we advance our society moving forward, and as well enrich, Black folks that their families suffered from this? I support reparations. I just don't support cutting a check, because it's absolutely ridiculous.
So, Joe, I'd like to piggyback on that. So, I'm not sure. I mean, I would accept anything at this point, and I'm very happy that you would be willing to vote for something like that, at least, right? But I think a lot of it is not really reasonable, because we know that people are going to have to move out of state. They're going to have to go to different areas, maybe that their families. And I just don't feel like I feel like there's a lot of force in that. And not force, but like, oh, do you want to participate in this? Then you're going to have to move, and you're going to have to change your lifestyle. So I think what I would like to see is, if we understand that from the founding, and I'm only going to take from the founding, I'm not going to take before that, from the founding, 1776, to when institutional slavery, and I'm saying slavery because there's a lot of reasons why I say that, was ended in the United States. I'm going to say it's 1965, when we were able to get racism out of our legislation. Okay, so that right there is about 200 years, 189 years. So what I'm thinking is, at least for 189 the foreseeable future, for 189 years, I think that every person in America that identifies as Black should not have to pay, and just because you're not giving them money, but they are eliminated from fees, permitting, anything to do with the government, fees and legislations, all the stuff with housing, right? All of the stuff with anything else that would have to do with anything that they're doing in their entire life. Business fees, forming businesses, property taxes. I also think property taxes should be just for 189 years, just 100, and like I said, the rest of society is absorbing it, because the rest of society didn't mind taking for 189 years, right? So we're talking all of those things
with property taxes. Take me through that one, Bima. How are you going to do that?
Okay,
Are you going to tell a municipality that you're going to tell a municipality that X amount of houses are not assessed a property tax, and that the other residents in the city have to pick up that property tax.
Yes.
Or that village is gonna have to, really?
Exactly.
It's gonna be constitutional?
Well, I think at one point it was constitutional, and slavery was constitutional.
Exactly.
You think that kind of law is gonna pass, and not a tipping? And not an equal protection issue
I think
for the other residents in the.
Well, remember, this is repair, Abby.
Yeah, I hear you, but I'm telling you, you're gonna have a major constitutional issue with this, but keep going.
So, yeah, no, that's just my point. Any type of, anything that has to do outside of, anything, just registering, anything that has to do with paying a fee, a fine, well, not necessarily fines, but fees, permitting, all the permits, the full list of permits. If you're building a house, no, they don't have to pay anything, they don't have to pay for nothing. And I think we can at least do that. There's no, that's it.
Yes, so
Abby, isn't that what Ron DeSantis wants in Florida?
So states that have a high density of black people would essentially be imposing super high taxes on the non-black people in those states.
No, I don't think I don't think she's saying you have to raise the taxes for everybody else.
But you'd have to, because the money has to come from somewhere.
Who's paying the municipal taxes, the infrastructure of the municipality? Who's paying for the school systems? Who's paying for the roads in the municipality where the property taxes?
Yes, and it would be, and that's why I think
Foreign aid, that'll help.
and that's why there's services to the society.
Hey, Abby, Jello, I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Listen, the state legislators in Indiana have issued a plan to entirely replace property taxes with a 7% state tax on services, also in Florida.
Yeah, did that pass the legislature?
Governor Ron DeSantis has stated that eliminating property taxes on primary residences is a long-term goal. Texas, the Republican Party of Texas made the complete elimination of all property taxes a top legislative priority.
And how do you raise that revenue? You have to increase. Let me just tell you what would happen. You'd have to have a sales tax that's higher. My state has high property taxes, but we have no income tax. So they talked about it in my state, but they'd have to have an income tax, and it doesn't pass. The electorate doesn't want it. People move to the state because there's no income tax.
I'm telling you the answers.
So if you don't have, we have a high sales tax, but we don't have an income tax. There are states with high income tax that don't have sales tax, states like Delaware or Oregon. I mean, so you're gonna have to make the revenue up somewhere, right?
Other Americans should not be taxed for that. We should just stop giving so much money to other countries.
Anyone read the statistics on the article that Blaine sent? Because they actually baffled me. It seems like in the 1830 census report, the free black population was 320,000 people. The free black slave owners were 3,775. So 1.2% of free blacks owned slaves. When you compare the free white population, 11 million, about 2% of whites own slaves. So we're talking about the difference of 1.2% of blacks own slaves and 2% of whites own slaves.
Yes, but we also know that a lot of black slave owners, they bought their family, and they did that intentionally so they could obviously.
We could post more articles on that, but it's not in this article.
We know
If they had bought their family, they wouldn't have been slaves, they would have freed them, and that sounds ridiculous.
No, because they had to buy them, because if you look at the local laws, I went through this, it was very interesting, I could go pull it all up, but there were things.
Buy the family, you make them free.
Yes, you buy them. They had to do it on paper to protect them. It was a guardianship. It was a historical process. I mean, look it up, William. I don't know. So.
Okay.
People don't know that shit.
One more thing for Abby. Georgia as a whole, the House Republicans introduced a structured plan to completely phase out homeowner property taxes by 2032. So actually, this is a Republican idea right now.
I'm not negating it. I'm saying that they're gonna have to raise the revenue in those states in another form, whether it's going to be in the income tax or the corporate tax will go up, the sales tax will go up. You have to raise the, look, I'm in a.
Why are you saying everything
Can I
about
answer,
cutting
can
foreign
I answer
aid?
Othello,
That's
please,
weird.
for a second, please?
Wait, I'm gonna answer you. Hold on. Governor Greg Abbott plans to, he aims to use state budget surpluses to buy down rates to zero.
Which would be amazing.
Alongside cutting appraisal caps from 10% to 3%. That's Greg Abbott.
I'm not disagreeing. I think it's a great idea. However, look, I live in a state which has gaming tax. I mean, we have real revenue coming out of gaming tax, which funds, that's why we don't have income tax here. However, that being said, the sales tax is high. When I go to register a car, if I registered in where my other home is in Pennsylvania, it will cost me like $35 a year. In Nevada, it's $3,000. So they make it up. There are other ways that states raise revenue. And if you're going to remove the property taxes or limit, you also have to look at how the schools are funded. Some places like New Jersey, certain states, the municipalities raise in the property taxes. It's called school tax. I don't know where you live and where you pay, if you own your home and how you pay your taxes, but every state does it differently. However, the revenue still has to be raised by the state, and that's not going away. So if under the scenario of some pay property, that's why I asked Beema the question, in the scenario where some don't pay property tax, are you assessing a higher profit to the other homeowners? How are you making up that revenue in that was my question.
Cutting foreign aid.
I'm not saying it's right or wrong to remove property tax. Some of these plans can be great if they can implement them in the states and make it less of a burden on the residents, less of a tax burden. That's great, but it's going to show up in another place.
Yeah, by cutting foreign aid.
This is state revenue, and it's 1%. Cut it all over the world. I could care less. Again,
no, just for
Israel doesn't even. I don't want to make the argument.
I mean, y'all be getting billions
trying to play with
for
me and not going there. However, Beema, based on your theory, where's the revenue going to come from if you don't assess the property?
So, no, you would have to, and it would have to be, like I said, it would have to be absorbed from the communities, and I think that's fair.
But if you have an equal protection, you have a constitutional argument there. I mean, I don't get into it but it definitely.
I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that, Abby, I don't doubt that. But I mean, like, that's why reparations hasn't even passed to this day, because there's so many these gray areas that we can't, they're just like catch-22s, or you can't do. Well, that's the point of reparations. So we have to make the choice as a society, like, look, let's just figure this out once and for all and move forward. It's not a big deal. It's not going to be something. Listen, I've seen local municipalities, and you know where I live, Abby. I've seen Republicans overhaul local municipal areas. Like, my property says $15,000 a year. Okay, it's expensive for me. I mean, I'm not rich. $15,000 for me is expensive. Okay. Well, I understand when I get my bill, it says that like 56% goes to school stuff. So over half of that is for school fees, and so the other half is like, okay, well, what? I mean, I have well water, I have septic.
Okay, so the 50%, Beema, let's break it down, Beema. The 50%, and we could get into a whole other room on this, on school choice, but there's a good chance that whether you're in a sending district, or do you have a public high school in your actual area, or are you a sending district to a public high school?
It's public.
So the cost per
child.
child.
See how much money will give to Israel.
Excuse me.
You can Google it.
Can we just conversation with someone without having a troll? So, Beema, if you have school choice, there's a good chance the public high school can be between 20 to 30,000 per student. And if you give a voucher system and school choice for parochial or for private or for charter, then you're giving the option of maybe a cheaper amount per child, and then your amount that's allocated for school would be less in your municipality. Do you follow me on that?
She's really telling you to give less money to the school.
Do you understand, Bima?
So, no, could you just walk me through?
So a lot of the public high schools, especially if you're in a sending district, where like you're in a town and you don't have a high school, you might have a middle school in your town or an elementary schools. The cost of the high school per student, what you have to allocate, what you have to pay, can be at 20, like in New Jersey, I know they're at 23 to 28,000, sometimes up to 30,000 per student. And if you're in a sending district and you've got, a lot of kids that are going to the public high school, that can really be a tax burden on the residents. If you have school choice and you have people that are able to get a voucher, so instead of it being 30,000, they send their kid to Catholic school and it's 10,000 a year in the Catholic school, and you give them a voucher for it, you just saved your municipality 15 to 20,000 per student. And they have school choice. Some states have it, some places don't have it. But there are ways to cut that, because that's 50%. That's a huge number of your tax base, correct? I mean, if you think about it. So, but there are ways to tackle that. And from the Republican standpoint, and they can have a Democrat argue, I thought you would probably argue with me on this, because they're against school choice. But from a Republican standpoint, you can save money because you're giving the option, and the schools can be less. Public high schools can be very expensive. Someone can argue the school choice thing, and that's not what the room's about, but it's a big chunk of what you're paying, Bima.
Yeah. I mean, it's a complicated argument. It's not worthwhile to do it right now. It warrants a separate room.
I said that. Didn't I start with saying that?
Well, if you did, you said that someone could argue it.
I said we need a whole other room on this if we start getting into school choice. However, then I explained to her that that's how some places are tackling a very large tax bill for students, especially sending districts.
Yeah. Defund the schools, give missile to Israel. Makes sense.
One mic on Lord.
Thank you. Look, obviously we're not going to gain any grounds on, just giving out money and all that. So the best solution I'm thinking is investing our money towards space colonization or expansion. Because obviously we can give.
We already do. NASA got a budget raise this year by
John, they are up to now.
We could give the 40 acres to the community for the moon and Mars. Obviously the rich, super rich, would most likely have first start on claiming land on those planets. But obviously there is a lot more land on those planets that people are able to buy land on. It's unclaimed territory.
Is this man serious?
I'm just thinking it's a win-win for both sides, instead of us all just going to continue this whole fight over, just stay on the planet and just fighting over it.
So we literally help build the whole planet, and then you're saying we can have the moon?
Correct.
You hear yourself?
Well, think about it like this. I mean, you're going to have immigrants build it at that point.
And what is y'all's obsession with?
This man is brain dead.
What is y'all's obsession with talking about? What is y'all's obsession with talking about reparations? Like y'all don't want to talk about things that are actually affecting us as Americans, but y'all want to keep bringing up reparations. I think y'all do this. What I think y'all do this for is to troll people.
No, I agree with you.
The fuck y'all worried with, hold on. I'm not worried about fucking reparations. Y'all don't give shits about that. And if y'all did, y'all wouldn't get to the slavery talk. I seen Joe made a comment that said black folks own slaves. This is true. There's a very small percent of black slave owners in comparison to the amount of slave owners there were. We also know that most white Americans, we also know that most white Americans were not slave owners.
Percentage of white Americans too.
That's what I was about to say. We know most white Americans were slave owners. And this is where I'm getting to my next point. It's not
Hey, you're breaking up, bro.
We definitely want to hear you.
We heard
Hey,
from just
Joe,
fine.
how many Jesuits owned slaves?
I can tell you that
He was definitely in the Matrix.
it was clearly the Protestants that were the slave owners.
Not the Jesuits?
It wasn't the Jesuits and it wasn't the Jews. It was
That's cap. Super cap.
But wait, weren't the Protestants controlled by the Catholics and the Jesuits?
You can make the argument.
Super cap.
I mean, they definitely own
I want to address a point that we're up here just trolling. No, look, we've actually had a really productive conversation here. This is reparations as narrated by everyone. We've actually listened to a man from India. He's left. This was an earlier segment that was describing how he's on the lower end of the caste system and how.
That's me.
Oh, he's
Oh,
not
Lamar's back. Yeah, no, Lamar, that was a wonderful segment. So people have been sharing a lot of different stories of reparations and how it affects them and comparing it to America's sins of the past.
I'm back. But look, I be telling people anything, the reparations argument should be focused on about Reconstruction and Jim Crow era America, because it's too many talking points around slavery era. Although I believe that slavery shouldn't count, I think when you focus it strictly on the slavery era, there are too many people that can throw out the whole, I wasn't a slave, you were the slave owner type thing. And that's true. Nobody was around during slavery, but there are definitely people that were, hey man, shut up. I'm talking American. But look, yeah, the argument, you couldn't give the whole world, nobody was around argument during Jim Crow era politics, but I want to stress to black folks, man, stop talking about refugee white folks, man. The shit ain't gonna happen more than like seriously. And white folks seem to have a weird way of thinking that this is about them paying the debt when it's the United States government and justice system itself that owes the debt. I do understand that tax dollars go into that, but none of you control your tax dollars. Like none of us do. So we can stop this whole notion that you're paying for something. You don't see your taxes before they come out your check anyway. So let's stop this whole
And most of y'all broke anyway.
And throw that out there, but I stress black folks to stop having that reparations conversation with white people, because it's never done in a genuine conversation. But more than likely, we just not gonna get them, man. Regardless if they do or not.
Go ahead, Rob. I thought you were finished.
We got plenty of other things that we can discuss about that we can be corrected in our society. But reparations isn't gonna happen, and y'all know it. And I think that's why y'all stay on these talking points, because your rooms will become mighty different if we ask, how's the current administration doing? And we broke down the administration, and we look at what's happening in President Trump's America. But unfortunately, you guys won't do that, because that will force you guys to accept a narrative that's not what you want to push.
Okay, guys. Okay. So the what I wanted to say was,
Go ahead, Omar.
the untouchables in our community were actually slaves. Okay, they did servant work and everything. Okay, see, the best way to bring a community up is to give them education. Okay.
Oh.
To give them education and ability to have a good job. Okay. So that's what we provide, okay? Instead of giving them direct money, we support their community through welfare programs and, free education and job priorities. Okay, you cannot just give money and fix things. The fixing should be how the people think about growth. Okay, and that comes with awareness and education. That's what our government focused on. So, in order to, as a reparation, until they poured in education, okay, they poured in opportunity so that they can grab it, okay, and come up.
Okay, so then what happens with the influx?
Look, before we go too far away from Rob's point, I just want to clarify that, look, and I'll go right to you, King, after I'm done with this point, it is a relevant conversation. California is already offering reparations. I'd like someone, I think Williams from California, I'd like to hear an update.
And they started a reparation task force. California isn't offering reparation. But if you wanted to have a conversation about that, California's program makes more sense. Number one, California was a slave-holding state, so they would obviously be focused about the post-Reconstruction time period, Jim Crow era, where there is evidence, documented evidence that California was implicit in discrimination, discriminatory practices against our people. But so I keep stressing to y'all that again, I would like to see a form of reparations. I don't know if I would take $100,000, yeah, I would, but I don't know if I was really trolling just now about education when he started talking about welfare and all that shit. But I do think reparations doesn't necessarily have to be a monetary, like a direct monetary payment for things to work. So I think if we had honest conversations about what needs to be repaired, which is what reparations is an extended word of, then maybe y'all would probably have a better understanding of why the conversation is relevant. But as long as y'all think it's all about people saying, giving me some money, like listen to the educated people who are actually on these reparation task force and not just motherfuckers who be talking and saying that white folks owe them a check, you might have a better understanding of why this shit is relevant. But as long as y'all center y'all conversation around talking points that you hear from dumb fucks on Clubhouse, who really don't have a vast understanding of history, nor how America really even works as a system, like you'll be able to make these troll rooms, you'll be able to make comments that are low-key derogatory, but there's nothing that can happen to nobody on this app realistically. I wouldn't waste my time looking for y'all jobs and shit trying to get you fired.
Well, I support reparations, and I detailed how I think it should be implemented. And the history on California is when California was introduced into the Union, they agreed to have one pro-slavery senator and one abolitionist abolitionist senator. So they were part of it when they first entered into the Union, and that's why they do have a say on their creation as well. So that's the history of California, just so you know. And but I thank you for the update. I didn't know where it was. It's still the never-ending task force that Democrats put together for virtue signaling. Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely done for virtue signaling. But I'll say this: if it was ever going to be a real conversation, it would have to come from a Republican from the South. That's the only way that it would actually gain some merit. As long as it's Democrats from the West Coast or up north, it's not going to gain merit. You would need a Republican from the South that can come in and articulate why this needs to happen. Unfortunately, there will still be enough Americans who will push back on it, and I actually think this might be what caused the real civil war amongst anything, is people thinking that motherfuckers going to be giving money.
I have a comment on this subject, the reparation of the slavery. Well, I don't want to engage that. Is it correct or no to pay money to people? Because, I mean, it's something that they should decide. But I just had a question. For example, in Saudi Arabia, the slavery stopped 1960 and something, almost 100 years after in America, or in Oman, for example, it was even after that, I think 1970 or 1970 and something. And I mean that maybe many of us was born when still there were slavery in there. And just I wanted to say that the way that is saying these days, it just like a sense of, I mean, anti-USA, like the other things are happening. I just wanted to mention that.
Hey, are you trying to say that because like Americans weren't dealing with slavery in 1960 and 70 that it should be a government? I'm trying to get some clarity.
I say that if it's too, I mean, it's too broad news these days, it should be even more important in those countries that they didn't even when
Well, see,
there was
that's where
some
you're
trial, they were
that's where your lack of understanding of American
I mean, they are Muslims, so nobody speak about it. But
that's where your
something
lack
that they did it just some years ago.
that's where your lack of American history understanding comes into play. And I get that this is a free talking app, but one thing you don't see on this app is a lot of Americans going into Somalian spaces, Iranian spaces, even European spaces. It's like telling them what they feel about a country that they don't live in and have shit to do with. Now, I might not agree with the vast majority of the whites and the pro-Trumpers, but they American, and this is the conversation that we have. So I'm not gonna put no forms against them.
No, I know where are you come from, and I mean that you're right. But I mean, beside that, I just mentioned that something that these days, speaking about that, I don't say about the race. I mean, or anything. I mean, just it's something that they wanted to destroy the anything about the USA, any news, they just mention other countries in parallel that they are just the same. I just wanted to mention.
I'll tell you the exact reason.
This is a.
It is easier to get money from Americans, and it is very hard to get money from.
It'd be as crazy when I had Max.
Oh yeah, therefore they go for they feel like they can talk their way self because they have free speech in US. They can talk their way of getting reparations. While in those countries, as you said, you don't have the free speech, and even asking for reparations is considered as a crime because they don't have a free speech.
Yeah, of
Bro,
course.
why are you?
Of course, it's a gift.
First of all, two foreigners talking down on what happened in America. Shut the fuck up. Firstly, you literally just said that we were talking about getting reparations because we had free speech, and if we were somewhere else, we wouldn't be talking about it. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Mexicans. Fuck ass Mexicans can't talk on American issues, goddammit.
Like, what the fuck are you talking? That's a wild thing to even say.
I'm praising US for having free speech, and I am laughing about the fact that those other countries which has recent slavery incidents don't have free speech, and you are utilizing this right that the US government gives of free speech to selectively ask for repatriation when you should be asking from them, which are very recent. You are not doing that. If you are asking from US, which was 100 years ago, you are not asking from countries from 10 years ago or 50 years ago, which were actively promoting the slavery.
Yeah, but why does that even matter?
What the fuck are you talking about?
No, this is the response.
That's a wild thing.
Hold on. Why does it matter that maybe some slavery ended 20 years ago in another country?
Yeah, you guys are not asking them why this is selective asking.
No, we're not selective. The Jews lobby for their stuff. African Americans and Americans are, we're lobbying for what's going on in America. Like, that's just the way the world works. Different people are going to be focused on the things that affect them. And I wish well for whoever just got out of slavery 20, 30 years ago. them well.
And I'm asking, that is in America. Okay? Okay? Those countries are not America. Okay?
That's fine.
And you are,
Nobody gives a fuck, bro.
Well, they need to march like we marched. You know what I'm saying? They need to do what they need to fucking do. You know what I mean? To get into the position to lobby for what they want.
His point is, in those countries, if you try to lobby in a place like KSA, you'd be killed. You can't, I mean, not that you'd be
What
killed.
the fuck does that have to do with the conversation?
That's what Sun was talking about, the other countries that have it. Let me replay this for you. Sun was talking about the other countries that have it. Amar was commenting that those countries, you can't bring it up because those countries would quash
Why does
the
that
argument.
fucking matter?
I'm just replaying what just.
I know, I'm not an idiot. I know what he said. Me and Othello both said, why the fuck does that matter? That's like saying you getting jumped by somebody, and just because somebody kicked you and another person punched you, the person who kicked did more damage, so he gets in more trouble. That doesn't make fucking sense.
it's like saying, okay, the person who kicked
Oh my god.
okay, the person who kicked you is a 6-foot guy, and the person who
I don't give a fuck. Thank you. Timothy, let me say a quick thing. Basically, they're using it as a reason as to why our reparations are illegitimate. And so it's just weird, and that's why I come in these rooms to see like how low people will stoop.
It's disgusting, bro.
Well, it seems like we've came to our conclusions with the reparations.
I will say this. Go ahead, bro.
Go ahead. I just don't know if I'm not really hearing too much more other than just the same repetitive shit where you guys try to somehow shift the combo to Israel or the Jews. So I don't know.
Yeah, I just think it's very weird that people from other countries like always got something to say in like American conversations. Like you said what, bro?
Oh, I didn't know if anybody could hear me. Can you hear me or not?
Yeah.
Okay, it is still checking. Yeah, I'll just open the floor to any topic now. Carry on. Yeah. I think we did that one a pretty good justice, the reparations talk. King.
Oh yeah. I just think it's weird that Indian dude has something to say about slavery in America.
Can we take a sports break, Matt, and then find the subject for the sports conversation? The sports breaks are good.
I like their top 10 basketball players or whatever that night. That was pretty
Oh, the Mount Rushmore of basketball?
Yeah. What do you got? What are you thinking?
Okay, did we really cover the NFL? We talked about the betting and the team. We did do NFL today, didn't we? Or was that last night?
No, that was Major League Baseball. No, that was basketball that we did last night.
We did basketball last night. We talked about the NFL a little bit today, didn't we?
Maybe a little bit. Not that much, though.
Because we found out Joe was a Broncos fan, which I didn't know. I don't know who's winning the World Series. We could do that. I mean, you guys would be bored. You and I could do hockey.
Right now.
Literally.
College football. Beaver's gone. That's his thing, so we can't bring up football right now. That would be fair. We gotta wait for Beaver to be back for that, so. We might have to shelve that for a little bit.
We can always cover UFC or boxing at some point too. But okay. And we need Rydell on the hockey conversation.
Yeah. Well, that's it's a wrap. We gotta wait till October, right? Well, they preseason September or whatever, but yeah. But yeah, it's open. Yes, Professor Suglet's been on stage for a while. I don't know what she's doing. El Chorizo. There was a Carmelo Anthony update. No. Get out of town.
What do you got on that?
Lawyers for Carmelo Anthony seek new trial, alleged bias from judge and other issues.
Well, because the judge made the comments after trial.
I'm not sure, but we can go in and discuss it. I can read segments of Fox 4 in Texas.
Did they filed the appeal, and so the appeal was that's the typical appeal to seek new trial. I mean, that's pretty basic. But one of the grounds were the judge made the comment that he liked what the jury, like he approved the jury's decision. That was, I think, what I remember.
No, that's not what it is. The judge knows the victim's dad. Like they all go to like the same bar.
That was the grounds on appeal. That was what was alleged on appeal, or was it the comments of the judge after the trial? I don't see how that the recusal of the judge would have been sought during trial if they had that knowledge. That wouldn't be a post-trial.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just making it.
Respected that would have been raised during the trial. Was that ground one of their grounds? Joe, did they actually list them?
Here's what we know. Anthony's legal team is seeking a new trial over claims that the trial was effectively closed to the public. The prosecutors did not honor off-the-record evidentiary agreement, and that instructions to the jury made it difficult for them to consider Anthony acted in self-defense. They also asked for Judge John Roach to be removed from post-trial hearings because of his alleged bias.
So
there's more to it.
Yeah. Okay. So start with.
Go ahead.
No, with what you just read. So the agreement that they're saying, I mean, they closed the publicity as an issue. We knew they would raise that. Some are constitutional issues, and then you would obviously appeal on ones that you put on the record that you objected to during the trial. So wait, what was the second one was the jury instructions. But I thought he did give an instruction on self-defense. He was pretty careful to give the self-defense, which he didn't have to do, but he did. So that's interesting. They're using that for grounds. What else?
And the bias.
But what was the grounds for the bias? What were they alleged?
Anthony's lawyer said the judge made comments to news reporters following the trial and, quote, expressed personal opinions about the property, correctness of the jury's verdict, fairness of the trial, and correctness of the judge's rulings during the trial, end quote. When a reporter asked Roach if the jury got it right, he responded, quote, yeah, they did, quote, end quote. The judge then reportedly explained himself and talked about his rulings. The defense argued that the judge's personal views suggested his probable decision on a motion for a new trial. So he's already revealed that rulings.
They're asking.
How successful are new trials? Do you even know what the success rate is or not?
I mean, I don't know in Texas, in that county, and I don't know, that's going to be determined state by state, but, you're gonna ask for it, again, you're gonna have the basic constitutional, like adequacy of counsel, would be, your basic constitutional grounds, and then the issues, the objectable issues that happened during the trial. I don't know in Texas. Is Marshall on here? Marshall may.
Let me ask the question to you, Abby. If Carmelo Anthony, let's just say he was granted a new trial. If he was found guilty again, does it risk what his sentence already is? Could they actually give him a stronger sentence on a second trial?
They could give a stronger sentence on a second trial if he's found guilty again. That the sentence is going to be, determined based on a new trial is like de novo. It's as if the prior trial didn't occur. So yes, I mean, he runs that risk.
So everything's on the table.
Everything's on the table.
That's pretty risky. Yeah, Joe, right? You feeling that too?
I mean, 40, what he got like 40 something years?
But he can get out and like, whatever that is, what's the name of that thing where they get the hearing, whatever,
Or parole.
Yeah, parole.
The max is 99 years. Because he was a minor at the time, he would not be up to a hearing for
life.
Death penalty.
Oh yeah, okay.
No, nice. I remember 5 years.
Bias on the jury. The other thing that you raised, again, that would have come up during trial, which I mean, it doesn't sound like they raised that, the relationship, but you're in a county where everyone has relationships. I mean, to say, well, the prosecutor knew the defense attorney, well, we all know each other. Lots of us practiced in the same offices.
And it's a small enough town where it's like everybody's gonna know each other. It's not like New York where like it's kind of a little bit different.
It doesn't matter. I mean, that's how when I say the bar, I mean the legal bar, that's how that operates. I mean, that would not fly.
Yeah, you can't really get around it. Everybody knows each other at the end of the day, right? So.
Yes.
Whatever, lock that nigga up, bro.
Yeah, man, you really mean
No,
that.
for real.
But you should have did that with all your chest, man.
You should have fought him. The stabbing somebody come on, bro. He's a punk. Get your ass whooped or beat him up. One of the two.
That's true. Both would have be all alive and well.
Yeah.
And what's his face? Would be going to jail. What's his face? The guy. I can't keep all these guys' names right now.
The kid. Yeah.
That's why we should be promoting to the youth that if you have a problem with someone, if you have a problem with someone and you meet at the boxing gym and put on the gloves, that's the #1 thing we should be supporting, promoting to the youth, especially in this day and age where they want to use guns and things like that. You have an issue, we at the local boxing gym, put on the gloves, 3 rounds.
So I did read up for this. I'm sorry, girl. I just wanted to know how old he was because I'm trying to read up on it now. This case.
17? Is he 17? So I was just reading that the broken agreement, I just Googled it, and so I'm reading just a quick synopsis of it, but there was some agreement the prosecutors had, a verbal agreement with respect to character evidence, and what they're alleging is that they breached that agreement, which gave him only a short window of time to decide whether to take the stand. Do you remember, Matt, we were talking about this, and I was saying that when you take the stand, your whole character becomes open for examination and for cross, and so you open that door, and if you don't take the stand, that character evidence isn't coming in. So let's say this kid had discipline issues, or there's something in his past that they didn't want to have come out. It wouldn't come out unless he took the stand. Otherwise, it would be hearsay. And so somehow there was some agreement, is what I'm just finding Googling, maybe someone has more on this, that they were maybe going to limit what they brought in on character evidence. And they breached that.
I heard that they made an agreement between the two parties that they wouldn't introduce like character-related things in exchange for something else. I forget what it was, but yeah, that's confirmed on that. That's the deal they said.
He fucked up taking that shit to trial, bro. Everybody know, especially as a black nigga, if you take anything to trial, either you better win it or you finna get the book. I mean, that's common sense, bro. Like, that's just...
Man, he is. That little nigga a bitch, bro. Period. He a bitch. That's what it is.
So they're raising the jury pool issue, which we knew they would raise, because they struck the teachers, and the teachers were black. So that's one of the other issues that they're raising. And the speed of the trial, the fact that he held the sessions also on Saturday and they're claiming that it limited key defense witnesses, that part doesn't make any sense unless they were bringing in witnesses from like far away, you know, I mean, that part I don't know, but
Somebody could
that
work on
would
the Saturday too,
reverse.
though.
Yeah, I don't see how that would reversion, but, and the jury pool argument's on because they'd have to show systematically they were excluding, and they specifically were teachers, which they used preemptives and they didn't want to have teachers because they felt there was a bias. These are interesting grounds, but some are predictable.
I agree with you, Timothy, that this is where I have sympathy for Carmelo Anthony, is that the parents and his wife and the lawyers that they hired took advantage of the situation. They raised money off of this.
Yeah.
And he didn't have the chance to actually show remorse for his actions, go in, plead that he was guilty, and ask for some sort of agreement from the prosecutors to try and get this lowered down.
Shut your mouth. Listen. United States, I mean.
You sit your bitch ass in the goo, nigga. You go ahead.
Yeah, no, I definitely believe the sentence would have been lighter had shown remorse and brokered a deal and took, agreed to plead guilty and accepted some sort of plea agreement.
What's crazy is, Joe, also, he didn't see none of that money, bro. He ain't seen a dollar from whatever they raised. His parents seen that shit.
Yeah, they bought a truck, right? Or some shit like that.
Bro, they bought a whole bunch of shit. A new house, all types of shit,
Yeah.
bro.
Fuck that little nigga, man. They should have gave him life. Fuck him. I have zero sympathy for that little nigga, man.
I don't know about life, but shit, he should have.
Come on, bro. Slapping a nigga at a track meet, bro.
Yeah, no, definitely. I don't know that. I definitely don't agree with that. But life is tough, though. I ain't gonna.
Man, he killed that. Man, what? Nah, fuck, man. That's wild, bro.
No, definitely wild, bro. Like, you definitely should have handled it a different way, bro. But I'm just, man, as black people, man, niggas gotta stop. Nigga, motherfuckers already know we can't be, hopping on apps preaching about shit, how the system is against us, X, Y, and Z, then we go out and do some stupid shit. Like,
Exactly. You stab a nigga in the neck, and then you sitting there saying, man, come on, bro. Killed that kid in front of, nah, bro. Fuck, I have zero sympathy for that nigga.
So what, do you feel the same way with the Rick Child and the other nigga?
Who?
Rick Child, I don't know the name of the black nigga he killed, but it was the Chinese guy that shot the.
Oh, he shot him in the back or whatever?
Yeah, how you feel about that one?
I mean, he shot him in the back.
Timothy, did you look up what I told you the other night? Rick Child didn't shoot him.
Yeah, all my mom, I actually was just gonna bring that up, but since you here, I'm gonna let you go ahead and bring it up.
No, I'm just saying, I encourage everybody to look at the details, look at the research, look at the situation, go look at other people that was around. Bro, Rick Child's son shot that boy. That fucking old ass Chinaman did not chase that young black ass boy over a half a mile and catch up with him, keep up with him, then shoot him. No way. His son.
Oh, I'm sorry, keep going. I'm sorry.
No. His son shot him. And Rick Child took the fall, because that's how they get out, man. First, them Asians is tight.
I didn't know that. So his son actually shot him, or was it
His son shot that boy.
In court documents, it says that it's Rick Child, but this is what Skrilla is assuming.
No. It ain't just me. Just go look at, just do the research for yourself. That Rick Child's son killed that boy. And Rick Child took the fall.
Were the ballistics backing that up? What's your name? Skrilla?
I mean, you don't need no ballistic though. He laid it out for you.
No, I mean, didn't they look at the gunpowder on the hands and how they checked that?
Just,
I mean,
don't know, Matthew, when you said look it up, like where'd you find it? Where do we find it?
I'm just saying, just do the research yourself.
I'm asking you, so where do you find the ballistics research on it?
Are they gonna, wait, I have a question. Are they gonna do ballistics if you raise your hand and say I did it? You get what I'm saying?
No, I'm asking when someone shoots a gun, you have gunpowder on your hand, don't you?
Right, but if I raise my hand, if the police show up and say, who shot this man?
And I say I shot him. They're not gonna dispute that. They're gonna take me to jail.
Did anyone do ballistics? Did anyone look at that's why I'm asking, where'd you find this? Was there any police reports showing that they saw any residue from the shooting? That you would think they probably did that in their.
But check this out. If the cop, they didn't flee the scene. They stayed there.
Wait a minute, wasn't there video too, bro?
And it was people that saw the shit. They were both running it. It shows both men running after the boy. Both of them.
What did the eyewitnesses testify to?
It wasn't a half a mile though, like you said, it was only like 100 guns.
Real quick, so what did we think?
Still, hold on, let me ask you this. You think a 60-year-old Chinese man is keeping up with that young black ass boy for 7 months?
Right. Check this out. So what do you think the jury saw that we're not seeing? Why would they get what you're saying, Skrilla, so wrong? What do you think they were thinking? Because there's black people on that jury, by the way. Yeah.
So speak this. How can I tell a man that say, hey, I shot him? Okay? We're gonna say, no, you're a liar. Your son shot him. We just want somebody to pay for the crime. You admitted to the crime. Okay, you gonna stand trial, motherfucker. You shot him. Whatever.
But why would I'm just focusing on the black jury because obviously that's, I mean, in my opinion, to you guys, that's really important. Why wouldn't they just take what you just said right now and think the same way? Like, why would they get that so wrong?
Because they're not police. They're not police. Their job is to not try to pin the crime together. Their job is to just find this nigga guilty or not guilty. That's their job. Their job is not to try to create scenarios and solve the crime. Okay? Their job is just to, is this motherfucker guilty or not guilty?
Why did they acquit though? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
You know why? Because
like,
they probably wasn't enough evidence.
Obvious to us, right? Because like, Skrilla, you're totally right, man. Like that, what you said, like right now, was like, if I was on the jury, I'd just be like, fuck, dude, this guy's totally right, you know? So why?
Yeah, I would have convicted.
Yeah, well, that exactly too. But I'm just kind of curious. I'm just kind of just trying to figure it out, like why they.
I got a bunch of questions. What was when you said he was shot in the back? I mean, I would look at all the ballistics on this. Like, I asked the question about gun residue, but also, what was the projection of the bullet? How the bullet entered the body? Did it enter from the back? Did it enter from the side? Like, I don't know the answer, so I was asking. You said you researched it. So that would be something that would be grounds possibly for reasonable doubt if the bullet trajectory wasn't specifically directly from the back. So that's a question. Do you know when you did the research? So what's your name again? I'm sorry, Skrilla.
Yeah. Actually, I mean, I think that's what came up. It was like, wasn't it like the guy was kind of sideways or something? Like, I don't know. There was some other stuff that like. You know what I'm talking about, Timothy? You know what I mean, or no?
I don't know what you mean, but I would know.
Shooting sideways or something.
Those are the kinds of questions that would come up to create doubt.
I wanna pose a question to everybody, the non-color on this stage. Do you feel as if the criminal justice system is equally fair to those of color and those of not color?
I think there's a tradition, or there's a history where it hasn't been fair. I would hope that from this point forward, in the vast majority of localities, that it's fair.
I think that our criminal justice system is overcompensated with the advent of CRT being mandatory in every law school, as mandated by the ABA, and in the judges' schools as judges trained. And as a result, I think it's fair, and I think sometimes it may even be tilted in some jurisdictions even more.
For me, I don't think it's perfect, but I think it's the best we got in the whole, like, entire world. Like, you can't beat our system. Like, I'll go there, but I don't think it's perfect.
So why is it that people can point out multiple instances where, you know, such crimes, related crimes, are held at different magnitudes based off the color of your skin?
Because they're not taking into account the defense of attorney equality. It's a class issue, I think.
So I'll try and answer your question, Timothy. I believe it depends on location. So yeah, I mean, clearly if a black man gets arrested for the suspicion of committing a crime in Coleman, Alabama, probably not going to have what you want to consider a fair trial when the population largely is all white, right? But in certain areas where I lived the majority of my life as an adult, like New Orleans, Louisiana, which is a majority black city, black mayor, black judges, black prosecutor, black criminal, 3/4 of the jury is black. Sure, I do believe the system works as intended on certain circumstances, not every single one, but yeah, for sure. But is there biases from one community to the next? Of course.
Well, then, just based off that statement you made there, Joe, that would mean that most of the United States, based off of location, is corrupt. Because, I mean, most of those counties, small counties, when you think of a state, most of that state is consumed of small counties or other counties, which is consumed of non-colored people. So the big cities like the New Orleans, the Chicagos, yeah, that's where you're going to find your most colored people. But outside of those big cities are filled with tinier white counties, which you don't think so?
No, I said yeah.
Oh, so essentially that makes up the most of the United States, though.
Timothy, it's changing. It's changing with how lawyers are being educated now, how judges are being trained. That's the point I was trying to make. It's shifting.
Yeah, but also the majority of crime that is committed by black folks is in those cities. They're not in rural America, Timothy.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Are you kind of like inferring that if you're on trial, that you should try to get it moved to, say, Atlanta, downtown Atlanta versus...
Of course.
Yeah, I was curious about that.
Joe said a lot about it right there. I think the location probably does play a major, probably one of the biggest factors, to be honest. And like Beaver said, class. Shit, if you can afford a good ass lawyer, you know what I mean? Money talks. So.
Yeah, I was about to say that too. I definitely agree with that because I definitely have gotten into trouble, but money got me out. You know what I mean? And I was guilty. So.
But it's also very hard to get the change of venue. I mean, the reasons for it, you really would have to show if it was like a trial that had a lot of publicity, if you could show like a systematic bias, and I mean, it's just not easy to get a change of venue at all.
By design, obviously, because we're totally onto something. If you could get a fair trial, you would take that in a heartbeat. That's the whole point, you know. Everybody would be doing it.
But it's just hard to get.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. They made it so hard that people can't really do that now, you know.
If the roles reversed, though, do you think white folk get off easier in a city that is a majority black and 3/4 of the jury is black?
No.
Okay.
Not from where I'm from, which is majority black.
white, right?
It's different. It's different. It's uneven. It's uneven. I'd say it's uneven, and I'd say it's more unpredictable. So I think statistics have shown where I'm from, where it is majority black, that you can have a more consistent record, and lawyers are best off when they're gonna advise you as to whether you should take a plea or not. They're better at guessing what will happen with jury trials if you're black, and if you're white, it's inconsistent. There may be sometimes more favoritism and sometimes more punitive action, if that makes sense.
Oh, it makes sense. I see it all the time.
But you also have judges that are now, again, the judges are coming out being trained with CRT, so it shifts things quite substantially.
You said that last time. What
It's
is
mandatory by the ABA,
what is that? What are you saying?
critical race theory.
Oh,
Google it. It's
copy. I know what that
in the law schools. That's where it exists, and also in judges training.
Real quick, we already update on Chad the Builder.
I haven't heard anything.
Okay. Any update on?
I'm gonna send you stats in the back channel.
Oh, Chilo. They added some. Yeah.
The black woman that shot the white guy.
Oh, that they never.
That'd be an interesting title.
What y'all talking about?
The Walmart in Florida shooting?
You're talking about the black lady and the old white man, right? The parking lot one?
Oh, yeah.
There's another one as well, not as black on black, but the lady shot a 20-year-old boy hiding under the bed.
Oh, he had autism. Yeah, I seen that.
Shit.
No, found the boy under her 13-year-old daughter's bed, and then she chased him out to the front porch and then shot him in the back of the head. They arrested her, and she's been indicted for murder. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Should have shot him in the house.
What? Yeah, but how about the guy in Missouri? That was a recent one. You guys see that one? Where the guy pulled out, tried to stab a cop, and they all shot him in like Missouri.
No, that was Wisconsin, I think.
Was it Wisconsin? Yeah. They were getting activated. Everybody was going out.
Yeah, he had a knife, right?
Yeah, he actually took out a knife and attempting or did stab one of the cops.
Come on, man. Let's be realistic. 5 fucking officers, bruh, and y'all can't find a way to defuse the situation.
FaceTime that nigga.
5 of y'all niggas, bruh.
Dumb as hell.
That's
You trying to stab a cop? Yo.
But that be my thing with the police, bro. They be deep as fuck. Granted, you can have a weapon, XYZ, bro. Y'all can't find a way to defuse the situation without having
That's some
to kill
bitch
somebody.
ass shit. Nigga got on bulletproof vests and some more shit, man. Man, fuck that. Nigga pull a knife on 5. Me and 5 of my niggas, we beating his ass, bro. Nigga, he ain't stabbing nobody. We finna fuck his ass up.
I don't know. You thinking like a normal person and not a cop. His life was in it. But like I don't understand why people act surprised when that you know what they're gonna do.
Yeah, if you're pulling out a knife, you're probably gonna get shot. I mean,
Exactly.
I don't know how he gets out of that.
I'm just saying though, bro, you don't have to. Nigga pull a knife. Okay, as soon as he turned his back to stab somebody, bro, we finna beat. Nigga was sweet.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's right, but we know it's like what King was saying. We all know what's gonna happen. What's going on?
Right.
If he does that, you know.
He wanted to die.
You don't need to shoot him though. Y'all could have whooped his ass and took him to jail.
Alright, wait, hold on. What if you were the cop? Like you are a normal person and somebody tries to stab you? What you gonna do?
If I'm just a normal person, somebody pulled a knife on me.
And you got a gun. What you gonna do?
Well, it just depends on the situation, bro. It really do. That shit really matters. And if I got 4 other motherfuckers with me, that motherfucker don't need to die, bro.
You don't think that 5 cops pulled their tasers out at the same time and used them at the same time, you don't think that'll be able to defuse whoever said suspect is?
For real.
You don't think 3 tasers on you at one time will be able to take you out?
Did you see how close? Did you see the video?
I'm taking that motherfucking baton off my hip and hitting that nigga.
Yeah, I seen the video. And they had one officer holding one of his hands, the other officer was holding his other arm. There was 3 officers in front of him. Bro, it's 5 fucking officers, bro. You telling me you couldn't defuse the situation? It's 5 of y'all niggas.
Some of these niggas just want a reason to kill, bro. They got a bloodlust, bro. Just like gangbangers. Just like gangbangers and shit. These niggas want a reason to kill your ass.
Don't give them a reason. Like pulling out a knife. Like what the fuck? Yeah, I don't know.
You can pull a knife out on me, bro, realistically, as a regular person, bro. Man, I'm not a regular motherfucker, bro. I'm finna beat the fuck out of you. You're not finna stab me, bro. I'm finna beat your ass.
It sound good. I'm a FaceTiming. Tripping.
Nigga ain't finna stab me. Now, if you got a machete, nigga swinging a machete around, okay, that's different. But a nigga got a Michael Myers kitchen knife or some shit, nigga, I'm finna beat the fuck out of you.
You think you a superhero or something? Like you can't die? Man.
I didn't say that, brother. But a kitchen knife, you got a kitchen knife? Okay, well, I'm
I remember this guy Skrilla. We had a conversation the other day. You were.
Yeah. You a Zionist. You a fucking Zionist piece of shit.
I'm 150%. I'm a beautiful Zionist.
Stop talking to me.
Who believes that the Jewish people should have a home.
You fucking baby killer, fucking rapist.
Come on, please.
Stop talking to me.
Go back to the trial.
Like fucking little kids in their butts. Fucking hard.
Dude, that's under.
Yeah, they ain't going to.
Alright, Dave. Alright, off the line.
Let's go back to the trial. So Nolan won. So Abby, I got a question. Have you seen all these videos that the boys are talking to Officer Tatum about? I guess on YouTube or no?
No, tell me what it is.
Well, he's on part 5, so I think they've had, I could be wrong, I think it's a total of 3 boys. And they're doing interviews with this particular YouTube dude. And I don't know, they're about a good 45 minutes each one. From a legal perspective, if they got people just doing this, like these boys, I mean, is that either just the most stupid thing you've ever heard, or are they really just nothing happened? Like it's no foul play.
I'm trying to give me the context of this. They're doing.
So this is a Nolan case. Let's get the case first. You know that one, right?
That's which
The
one?
boating one, Horn Island.
Oh, the boating one. Okay, right. And the boys that were with him. Go ahead.
Yeah, and this guy, Officer Tatum, I mean, I just going by his former officer, to say he's not an officer, but he's been doing a YouTube series interviewing and going to Horn Island and documenting kind of what he feels is the truth in his opinion. And he said about, like, I don't know, 5 parts interviewing. I think it's a total of 3 boys. Might be 2, might be 1. I really don't remember. But in any event, my question was more so if those guys are actually going ahead and just like giving their side of the story. I mean, what do you? They probably shouldn't be doing that if there's any funny business, right?
Yeah, I mean, they shouldn't be doing it. And if they were recorded saying something, it can be used as evidence against them. You know, it's just dumb. I mean, especially if they're, you know, if they were witnesses or they were some way connected with it. Like the fact that they didn't all lawyer up seems a bit, you know, stupid. But yeah, I mean, if they're recorded saying something, it be used to impeach them and impeach any further testimony that they have. I mean, what's coming out in that? Like, I haven't followed other than what.
I seen one speech patterns was weird. His pauses while he was talking was weird. I don't know.
Was he outside talking?
It wasn't a good look.
I'm curious.
No, it
Was
was
he
a format
inside?
of like formal like
Like a sit down.
Yeah, sit down. Yeah.
What state is it?
What is that?
Florida, I think, right?
Not Florida, is the other.
Northern Wales is Mississippi.
It's Mississippi.
Yeah, like Mississippi.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just saying, it's pretty crazy. Either they're totally not guilty. That's why I was bringing it up. Like, why would you do that, right, Abby? Unless you're like just completely confident that you're not going to get nailed in any form. Like,
Or
at
they're
all.
so backwater that they don't realize that they need counsel, or that, I mean, not everyone, or you'd be surprised how many people want their moment of fame.
And that town has a history of like deaths in the water, and the lady that does the autopsy, so the coroner doesn't autopsy the body. Like, she wouldn't autopsy his body at all.
Did you hear what
It's a
they
one-party consent state, too. I just looked it up. So.
Did you? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Did you hear what they did to the autopsy king or no?
No.
Supposedly, they removed his throat or something. You guys hear all this stuff? Like.
Yeah.
And like the state will give it back to the private autopsy that's being done by Big Crump and all them. They won't give them back. It's like gnarly, like the throat and like some other body piece. I forget what it was. It's just like, wow, this stuff is like gnarly.
What's the reason that they're giving?
For not giving it back? Actually, I don't know. I just think he caught up a little bit more, but I mean, it doesn't help. I mean, why would you give it back?
Foul play, because that same coroner has done that multiple times. Like, won't autopsy a body, and they all just so happen to be drowning victims and shit. It's real weird.
I mean, who knows? Maybe there is foul play. I mean, I've been running the narrative that maybe they were just horsing around and Nolan fell off the boat, did his thing, whatever, in the water. People freaked out and took off. I mean, it's as simple as I can get it, like, without the foul play. And then now maybe there wasn't. Maybe they took a bat to his head. And that's where we're at. I don't know.
The girl.
Somebody does, like, if it was an accident, bro, it wouldn't have went down like that. Everybody's calling the cops. You're trying to run, like, you know what I mean? He doesn't come up and sit the phone. They don't take his phone, wipe his Snapchat. Nah, bro. Them kids, something happened.
The only thing is, how did they get to the phone? Because usually that's passcoded, you know? What do you think?
If you can unlock it with his face.
Shit. To put his face up to the phone?
Yeah, they wiped his Snapchat, bunch of shit. No. The mom couldn't get his phone back for like a day or two or some shit. They had to send like a third party to go get the phone. And something happened, bro. They gonna start snitching soon enough.
Yeah, all it takes is one flipping, right, during the whole process. Like, if they got, like, somebody, nailed pretty good, they're gonna be like, oh, we'll reduce your sentence, you be right on Johnny. That's all it takes is that,
Well, you gotta think about it, brother. Like, I came out to have fun and go bowling with the gang. And y'all killed this nigga. I ain't got nothing to do with that. You know what I'm saying? Nah, bro. I ain't,
Beaver, are you there?
Here comes these racist piece of shit.
Where do you stand on this?
That's right. Until I see some evidence of their stop play, I'm gonna just, to me, it's probably a drowning, accidental drowning.
Emmett, I don't know. Where do you stand on this particular one?
Yeah, like
through the lens of white man bad, so he's gonna blame white people for this and white racism. He's a loser. That's all.
Bro, there was only white people there. What the fuck?
I was gonna say, man, I'm just waiting on the facts to come out for real. More of the facts to come out, bro. But I mean, it's just definitely kind of fishy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That it's just a little fishy, bro. You know what I mean? Definitely could have took care of the nigga a little bit better.
Like, I would let you have like the accidental drowning
Black
shit.
people kill white people more than the other way around. Can we talk about that? Bro, shut the fuck up. No,
Skrilla, you wanna handle that for me, kid?
Look at interracial crime violence, dude.
I'm gonna let Skrilla handle it, bro.
Get off of Fox News. Get out your grandma's fucking basement. Fox News is a reputable source. Hey. Go outside and touch some grass, bitch. And stop reviewing all I do go outside white supremacists. And stop. I do go outside and touch grass. And I will say this, Skrilla. I will say this. Stop repeating. Okay, I'll let you finish and then I'll get points. I'll let you finish and then stop repeating alt-right talking points you heard from fucking, wherever the fuck you watch your shit from. Nick Fuentes. Okay, Nick Fuentes is a bitch-ass motherfucker. He from Chicago, too. And you know why? His bitch-ass don't come outside, and when he do, he got 1,000 motherfucking security with him, because he know motherfucker will crack his fucking head. Oh, you're proving his point. Listen. All he does is spew hate and division and fucking shit that does not represent. All right, dude, I was being facetious. Anyway, dude, statistically speaking, okay, you want to talk about touching grass? From the moment I step foot outside of my door, I am statistically, I am more likely to be killed by a black person than a white person. It's a fact.
I believe it.
That's right. Look at that. You're an Uncle Tom, apparently, now.
What?
Saying that would label you an Uncle Tom in the black community, dude. I'm gonna keep it real, bro. Where you live at? You want to know where I live? I don't want to know I'll tell you where I live. I live smack dab in the middle of fucking New York City, but I was born and raised in New Jersey. Fuck yeah. So you live smack dab in the middle. So who's talking? So you live in smack dab. You live in Manhattan. Lower Manhattan, yes. So you live in a closet. Cool. So check this out, bro. I highly fucking doubt, okay, that ain't no motherfucking niggas in Lower Manhattan. Okay? Thank God, that's why it's such a peaceful place. First of all,
You dumb as hell. What the fuck?
Great restaurants there.
why do you think Lower Manhattan is so safe? Why do you think that is? Ain't no fucking niggas in Lower Manhattan. Exactly. But check this out. You get killed by a fucking nigga. You can get bit by one of the master splinter ass fucking rats y'all got over there. Master splinter. All kind of fucking shit can kill you in New York City, bro. Y'all fucking water fucking stinks. Nigga, you can drink some of that shit, get a parasite, and fucking die.
They actually, to the defense of New York, they have like the best water in the country.
Let's go, Abby.
Why do you think the bread and the bagels are so fucking good?
We actually have the best drinking water, bro.
They do have the best drinking water. Because you never sink New York from the rest
Yo,
of the world.
and I was just thinking about this. Niggas don't kill white people that often, bro.
Yes, I don't know what's not that often. I just think these motherfuckers scared of us, bro. I really think these are the people. Why do you think that is? Because we're physically
superior.
I don't want to say that.
Savior.
No, the issue is you guys have. I'll tell you what the issue is. Because from the white experience, okay, blacks tend to have low impulse control. They're very confrontational, and there's just a lot of tension. I mean, look at look how blacks behave when it comes to the service. I worked in the service industry, okay,
for a long time, and I can tell you,
Do you know every
the
time
blacks,
somebody dies in this country?
and when I say blacks, I mean in particular black Americans, so I don't paint with a broad brush. You guys are
Check this
extremely
out.
rude.
You understand that I've seen more white people kill each other in road rage incidents. White people, small lack of impulse. Bro, if you fucking cut a white person off, they might get out their car and
Yeah, that's an issue, but it's not as commonplace as black on black crime.
That wasn't what you just said.
That was you just said. Why do you guys act so fucking obtuse when it comes to shit? You guys purposely make yourselves dense whenever this combo comes up.
Bro, listen, bro. You honk your horn at a white person, I get out and blow your fucking head off.
But look, Carlos, why are y'all so worried about black on black crime instead of the shit that y'all have going on in y'all communities?
Because
I don't never hear you bring up, the problems that white folks that y'all have in your
pedophilia.
You always want to bring up black on black.
Man, listen.
You know what that's called? Empathy. That's called whataboutism.
White people love to talk
Everybody shut up, Professor trying to talk.
I'm not gonna fight men with no impulse to further my grind. I hear you, young man. I appreciate your statistics. I just needed you to understand that the reason why we don't talk about so-called white on white crime, because every crime not so-called black on black is either white on black, white on Asian, white on white, so many numbers. Let's just talk about white arrestees. 69% of all tracked individual arrests nationally across all offense levels. Do we need to go further about impulse control? I think we should stop trying to be specific with race. Understanding 90% of this is probably gonna be bloodline. I'm talking shit about black and white. Most times white people who do that typically are heritage American. They're immigrant. I wonder how many of these white immigrants that sound like that guy in the chat. I expected 5 heritage Americans. I know we're not talking like when we're talking about impulse control. I would have attempted to hear 5 heritage Americans correct at least some of this racist rhetoric. Heritage Americans have the most vested interest in making sure that you understand what's going on in this country. I am now questioning the white people in the room and asking, are you an immigrant? Descendant of an immigrant? Second, third time? What we got going on here? Because heritage Americans are just as much aggrieved as so-called black Americans. I'm gonna leave it there, but we all should really just take a look around and ask ourselves, is white really white, black really black, and who are these people? Where are they people in there from? Because a lot of these folks sound real brand new to me. I'm on you.
Where were you during the reparations discussion?
I'm not really trying to argue about it at the moment. Don't really care. Because none of these people have documentation, so y'all were arguing viewpoints. And that is again proof that you were armed. Who in your family? Y'all gotta quit arguing facts that don't matter. And I'm gonna let you argue because I don't care. But at the end of the day, 90% of all of this is because people pretend to be people they're not. The other 10% is because nobody checks the fact that, man, you're talking about me. I'm gonna need some of you heritage Americans to start claiming your slaves too. A lot of y'all is too scared to say that you're the descendants of enslaved people because the narrative is saying that you gotta be so-called black. I wish a lot of y'all would start being white. Go ahead and be the Scott Irish Jacobite descendant that you are. Pull out the manifesto. I want to see how many black Americans stand tall about reparations when you admit that you are the descendant of enslaved people. I want to see some of y'all pull out some of them indenture contracts, some of those slave contracts. I want some of you so-called white people who show that you have American Indian ancestry. Yeah, that some of those land deeds and things, and some of that running your ass out the south. Yeah, out the south. Yeah, you up in the because we're really cousins. Exactly. And we're talking about impulse control, right? So, while we're having these discussions, I mean, I'm gonna need people to learn that this is why I was laughing as long as I was. But I'm not gonna fight a grown ass man for this money. Just not gonna do it.
Yeah.
So, you You alright, my baby? You got a problem, my baby? Are you an immigrant, my baby? You got something going on? You want to talk about it, my baby? You need to get it off your chest? What we got going on?
Black people need to stop killing each other.
Is that what you jumped off the mic to say?
Yes. Black people need
Well, I
to
think
stop killing each other.
69% of all crimes should be committed by white people.
Tell me you don't understand what per capita statistics are.
I'm not talking about per capita. I'm talking about period. See, what I'm not gonna play with kids.
Okay.
I'm not. Excuse me.
You don't.
Excuse me. What you did was you interrupted me to give me a false statistic. What you did was jump in this business like you had some landing. Who are you? Who your people and where you come from? What gave you the right to open your mouth and speak over me? Who did you think you were? See the nerve of you niggas.
I'm not an
Open your mouth. Yeah, you are. Ignorant. That's what it stands for.
Okay, so can I
Okay,
just
so
call
I use it
ignorant
in that
people the
case.
N-word and get
No,
away with it?
I called you that. And you don't get to just do it. You want to do it.
You're a racist, you know that.
I don't care if that's how you feel. I proudly advance my so-called race. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
You know what that race is? That race is my family. You want to get specific. I'm a double descendant of a historic Rondo community. And yes, I'm very,
What
I'm
community?
very
Can you say
ethnocentric.
that again?
I'm none of your business. It ain't yours.
What's your community?
It ain't yours. It ain't yours. Whatever community you don't come from.
Aren't you a Britannian or whatever?
You have to say all.
Whatever I am, excuse me, well, whatever I am, you're not.
It's self-hatred.
And I promise me we can sit here and go grandparent for grandparent. I'm more European than you. How about that? I bet you my European's been in America longer than yours. I bet you if we go grandparent for grandparent, I have more Americans than you. So the nerve of you to interrupt me with such bullshit.
I don't deny Black American heritage.
Excuse me, do you have a problem with speaking? Are you having a problem with impulse control? You can't control. No, because it was my turn.
Why are you not letting him speak?
Nor did I.
Shitty they are.
And I waited for 17,000 hours without actually coming on my mute. I think my little submission that whatever amount of giving I give it should be accepted, seeing as I sat here for at least 5 hours quietly without a word. Some of y'all to get the fuck up out my way. Impulse control. The nerve of the people who claim that Black Americans didn't have impulse control. Till all of a sudden can't have an expand teachers man long enough to sit in a mini lecture, let alone a classroom. I can't even provide instructions as a professor long enough for you guys to sit next to take them. Am I in a kindergarten class? This is interesting to me. What I find also interesting is the very people who open their mouth to tell us about Black American impulse control are also the same people in this room who can't sit and listen to the facts. It is also the very same people who say here and want to disrespect so-called Black Americans and so-called Virginians. Oh, I love that one. Who actually have no stake, no claim, and no system called America. And whatever I want to say. And I actually am a big mouth, long-winded, non-having a non-documentational people to open your mic, but look who came off their mic the longest. All the so-called white people in the room who are lacking the impulse control. I am doing this on purpose. As a professor, I can 100% give a whole lecture. Oh, it's an hour. The mere fact that y'all can't sit and hear all of that without jumping up and you adding music, adding ad-libs, emojis, none of you can sit and have a conversation. I just wanted to open my mic to prove that the most cool person in the room is the so-called Pretendian. Y'all got your little raggedy ass conversation back. I just wanted to show you.
This is what we call it getting too dirty in New York.
Look for these crackers, man.
Must have moved.
Fuck wrong with these crackers.
You know what's also interesting, Weaver?
Shut up, nigga. You just got bait, nigga.
You know what's
Sit
interesting?
your ass on mute, nigga. Shut up, nigga. You got cooked, nigga.
I didn't get cooked.
You got cooked, nigga.
Bro, she just fucking rambled for like 3 minutes. Said nothing.
Salt and pepper, nigga. That's all we
She
needed,
just
nigga.
bloviated for like fucking 3 minutes, dude.
Where was your impulse control, nigga?
You 100%
That same impulse control you said the niggas ain't had, you ain't had no impulse control,
I do
nigga.
have impulse control.
Shut up, nigga. You ain't had no impulse control, nigga.
Well, I wouldn't have punched her like you guys do. Oh, he went silent.
Hey, are you like infatuated with us or something, bro?
Dude, I deal a lot with your type. That's the issue.
My
I'm
type.
fatigued and I'm tired and it's annoying. You guys are insufferable, lazy, rude, obnoxious, loud people, and it's fucking people are getting sick of it, bro. Done. And all you guys do is just fucking race bait. You fucking bitch. You moan. You point the finger. We're done. Non-black Americans are fucking done, okay? White, Caribbean, you name it. Hispanic, we're done, bro. Cooked. And I think the trajectory of the United States should be kept. Black Americans will eventually fizz out and just be complete.
Are you done eating rice and beans?
I'm not done eating rice and beans.
Yeah, until you finish eating rice and beans, we don't give a fuck. And mashing up bananas with every fucking thing you eat and calling it a meal? We don't care.
Is he Mexican?
No, all Spanish people, they just eat bananas and shit. Just mash them up and fry them. Fucking sick.
You can tell you don't leave the house when that young brother. I can't believe you actually called yourself a groiper.
Oh shit.
That's ridiculous. No, you weren't.
I was.
Sure,
You
brother,
had
sure.
a conversation with me long enough to know my position on it.
He doesn't have a position.
He definitely was
Facetious
trolling. He
definitely
was
means
trolling.
trolling
He
with the
actually
truth, though.
trolled
So
all of the
that just means like facetiousness means that it's true, though. It's funny, true. So I
He's not
appreciate
even
you
white.
using that word. I know. But he wants to be, so I'm not. So facetiousness, it should actually be like joking, but with the truth. So I'm glad he used that word. I would argue with him. He's right. He was being facetious. He was making a joke but telling the truth at the same time about himself. He's a grouper. Listen, we Heritage Americans in the room. There are a couple. This is the type of person, whatever. Considering I've been American and spoken much longer. Kadir, whatever his name is, Kadil, he is one of the people Heritage Americans who this stuff from. See, he wants to be a Heritage American. He's angry.
What's a heritage American?
Hold on. I never denied black Americans' heritage in America. I never said you guys were not inherently American. When did I say that? I didn't say that.
Well, stop calling us
Could
N-words.
someone define,
I didn't say
Jesse,
it. What?
what's a heritage American?
I haven't heard of this before.
I never heard it before either. What's it mean?
It's when your heritage is with America.
Yeah,
So that would make us all heritage Americans?
Nah, y'all heritage be in other countries. Listen, a lot of us
So
don't
is
have
it like a
that.
DAR, like a daughter of American Revolution? Like,
Hold on. We gonna let she said it, so let her explain it. I don't need 7 other motherfuckers to explain it.
They asked me.
actually, I said Heritage Americans, yes, what it was. So there's most people are familiar with the ADOs, AFBA, and all the other different active movements. But while this was brewing, there actually is something called an